Okay, I did.
Yay!
Wait,
welcome! If you're new here, my name is Brenna. I am your vacationing from Vacation DM, and welcome to Tales from the Catacombs. This is our tabletop RPG adventure that we are thrilled to share with you. This game uses the Dungeons&Dragons 5th edition D20 system and rules, and the setting is a homebrew based off of the rock album Razia's Shadow by Forgive Durden. We have a brief introduction to the setting that you can read at your leisure, and I hope you will, so you can be as immersed in the world as our players are. Without further ado, please enjoy this episode of Razia's Shadow, A 1,000-Year Interlude. Let's recap. Session 17. Wow, that's a high number. Debrief. The novice emissaries escorted the novices back to Captain Nora's home in the Raleigh district. They found her looking much better than she had just the day before, and the debriefing began. The group confirmed the sequence of events that led them to the underground temple and the crown. Moonridge clarified what happened after the novices left for the Peace District that night. He and Captain Nora found Kalane's body, dead, petrified, and half destroyed. But the corpse was booby-trapped, which led to Nora being covered in blood and in a weakened state. With Aglin's and head celebrant Goworo's brief appearance, the novices also learned that the rubies on the crown were more of a problem than the crown itself. Those appeared to be what called to Ste'yn, and they did once again in her presence. And when they were broken, the enticing magic lessened its grip. Goworo said he would know more once the guards finished reporting on the location where the crown was found. Snow used his medallion of Detect Thought to search the minds of Goworo, Aglin, Captain Nora, Moonridge, and Vaughn for any falsehoods in their stories, but didn't find any. Then he abruptly left the house. The others couldn't find him, so they chose to return to the Peace District, while Snow sent off a letter to his sister and spent a lonely afternoon playing his instrument beautifully, but sadly without his usual audience of playful children. Back in the Peace District, Ste'yn, Beau, and Viola went to detainment in the Champions Ward and convinced the Peace Watchman Canyon to let them speak with the leader of the bandits. They got more than they anticipated when some unknown entity took over the conversation. It seemed to be toying with them, unfazed by their threats, until they mentioned breaking the rubies on the crown. As Canyon returned from retrieving Ste'yn's manacles from holding, the entity vanished, and the novices formulated their next plan of attack. So, give me just a moment. I actually forgot to hit record for myself. My bad. All right. So, you guys had the ones who are in the Peace District, which would be Ste'yn, Viola, and Beau. You guys began formulating your plans as to where you were going to head next, getting ready to kind of get this information out there before you were prepping for your leave the next day. Did you guys discuss amongst yourselves already, like to each other, what you planned to do?
Wait, are you saying that we did,
I'm asking,
or are you asking?
No, I'm asking.
Oh, okay,
did
yeah,
you discuss?
we did. So we discussed
Okay.
that Viola is going to the frat house of artificers.
Artifratters, let's go.
She's going there and hopefully getting goggles of night. And Ste'yn was going to Saker's Keep to research religion things about the fiend or other various things that could be involved. And Beau is going to go train with Maria and also research their library for anything dark involved as far as what's going on.
Excellent. So as you guys start to head out, please, the three of you, give me a quick wisdom perception check, please.
Wisdom perception.
That's a nat 20
Got
for a
him.
total of 32.
Man,
15.
I'll remember this
7.
one day. Stop asking Ste'yn to roll wisdom. It's fine. No,
I got a
I'm gonna
7.
nerf our- A 7. Excellent. That works out lovely. You guys start heading out. Beau, maybe like when Beau gets determined and he knows what he's doing, he goes. And so Beau starts to go. Ste'yn, you're the first to notice that this is a new area of the Peace Ward, or the Peace District, and you pass by, you happen to pass by a couple more of those job boards on your way out, and you notice 2 more wanted posters.
Oh my gosh.
She'll take them as she passes by.
Wait,
And Nat 20, you found a third one. It was a little bit smaller.
are they all on the same bulletin board?
No, you guys passed a few on your way out,
okay.
and
I
you
was
missed
like,
all
wait
of
a
them.
minute. They're all just clustered on this one bulletin board.
There's one, the one she found one large one. There's a smaller one that's pinned very close to it. That's like a double warning.
I'm
Like,
expecting,
seriously.
So you're
get
just
this
gonna
guy.
find like a cardboard cutout that's just like standing life size.
Life size.
Yeah.
Have you seen this man?
Ste'yn also sees, as she's heading out, she sees a couple of kids running past, and they're like play fighting with sticks, and one of them is dressed in this like dark cloth that kind of looks like it's mimicking that wanted poster, and he's like, "I'm a bad guy, I'm gonna zap you with a, oh, but you can't see my dagger, so you can't stop it," and they're laughing.
You're famous.
But Beau, you are on your way back to the the name of the ward is escaping me. Where all the learned folks are, where the scholarly type are. You head back to the library. Sorry, the name got away from me. When you get inside, you don't see that same guy who was standing outside before, so you feel like you kind of gotta, like, from the library side. Oh, by the
No, he was by the
that
tower.
was at the wizard. That's right, he was by the wizard tower. Then yeah, you do see him, but he doesn't he doesn't stop you because you're not going his direction. But you see this kind of like settling glare.
Wait, he can
And then he
notice
looks
that
away.
with the 7? I feel like he'd just keep moseying on by.
Because of Beau's built-in spite.
I
I'll
also
let
just
you
don't
catch
think
him.
Beau actually committed anything of that guy to memory, to be honest. It was very
And you just
brief.
happen to notice someone from the uppity scholars kind of glaring in your direction, but you're like, meh, it's fine. When you get inside the library, though, it doesn't take long to find Maria again, actually. She is kind of... You see her moseying around some of the tables. She's got a few books in her hand, and she kind of beelines towards this other table where she appears to be placing a few books in front of someone sitting there. He's a tall gentleman. He has this long red hair pulled back in a low ponytail. His hair looks very clean, very shiny. Just everything about him has this kind of regal air. His clothing looks nice. And they seem to be discussing something quietly. Do you approach them?
Yeah.
They don't seem to notice you immediately as they are in some kind of conversation, but you can hear them talking about just, whatever they had previously been discussing. But if you are waiting there,
Beau is trying to remain on Maria's good side for now, so he is just going to wait.
very good.
She still is used.
There you go. That's all that matters. She eventually kind of takes note of you. Oh, Beau. Well, welcome back. Wonderful to see you. Did you get the book? And
Yes.
the scroll?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, yes, of course. How can I help you?
Well, I was hoping that we could practice a bit more. If your schedule permits it.
Oh, yes, of course, of course. I was actually just finishing up with Bundrag here. I believe he's actually one of your fellow novices, and he's a fine scholar such as yourself. You two perhaps could teach each other quite a bit. You could practice together. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Maybe. We are about to leave soon.
Oh.
Well,
I see.
for like,
True, you did say.
yes. So maybe not now.
No. Bundrag was just finishing up here, and he'll be on his way. In which case, that has my afternoon free. So if you wanted to have some more lessons, absolutely, I'd be happy to.
Well, I was wondering, since I'm going to be gone, I know I have the one scroll, but is it possible that I could have an additional one?
Well, I would certainly hate to overwhelm you. As I said before, I believe that you don't want to rush these kinds of studies. You have to really let the information sink in, and your practice should be steady but firm. So, how about, if it's all right, today's session, we'll see how far you get, and if it's something that seems it would suit you to push yourself a little bit more, I'd be happy to.
Yeah, I just figured it would be good to also practice some ritual magic. So, a scroll that would allow me to do that.
Well, how about we focus on that area? It might be a step or two above where I would have gone next, but you do seem determined, and we can see about jumping straight into those ritualistic spells.
AP class.
Yes, of course, just like that. Advanced proficiencies.
All right. And then afterwards, there's actually some books that I was hoping to see if you might have anything.
Oh, certainly. The library is open to any of our students.
How much do you have on fiends?
On fiends, I'm certain there's a whole section. Plenty of information.
A lot?
I should hope so. It's a library.
Is there like an index or something to help narrow it down a little?
Oh, yes, whatever you're searching for. Oh, what did we determine the name of the system was? It wasn't Dewey.
Oh, it
What
was the Reginald.
Reginald.
Reginald?
Yeah.
Yes, the Reginald system is more than capable of sorting out whatever it is you're looking for, narrowing down the information as best as we can.
All right.
Lint. So she turns to the other gentleman, and close you can see he does look a little bit older. He looks human, and he looks older. So it's almost like the way novices seem to fit into the city. It might be unexpected to see someone joining as a novice. This might be the first one you've seen who looks actually older, kind of coming into being a novice.
When you say older, how do you mean?
Like
so
in
far,
his 40s,
I feel like this is the first time you described an older person.
Did I?
I feel like it is.
That's
No,
fair.
there's the elderly guy.
Oh,
in
yeah.
that
There's
shop.
elderly, and then there's older.
There's ancient, there's
Even though
older,
he's
and
like the
there's you
same.
guys.
He's like the same age as Storkum, but Storkum didn't get the older treatment.
Storkum might be a little younger than him. And Storkum does look very good for his age. Like, let's just call up a spade a spade. The man looks good. But no, he's not as old as he doesn't appear at least as old as this gentleman, who still looks good for his age. But you do just get that sense about him. So he actually turns to you, Beau. He seems to have been kind of nodding along as you two were talking, and he's now collected the books. And he says, yes, I am a fellow novice here. And he reaches a hand out. My name is Bundreg Onglor. I am the son of Fabian Melik Onglor of Zayli. I do believe we're intended to be bunkmates.
Well, hello.
He nods and lowers his hand. And what was your name again?
Beau.
Beau. Good,
Yes.
strong name. A pleasure to meet you. I do believe, well, I do hope that we'll have the opportunity to speak more when you return from this trip it sounds like you're taking. And perhaps creating camaraderie could prove vital for our success. You know, having one's back, as they say. And if you're also an arcane scholar, then please find me anytime. I may be a novice, but I bring a strong amount of experience with me. And perhaps there's more we could teach one another.
Yes. Perhaps. Maybe.
Wow. Wonderful to meet you, Beau. Lady Maria, Wonderful to see you too. And
Can I
to
ask you something?
To Boondrake?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, of course.
What made you want to be a novice?
Well, I have all this intelligence, but there's only so much you can do just sitting at a table or sitting in a library. I wanted to feel like I was using my gifts for good. I wanted to feel like I was not separated simply because of title or money. I wanted to be here where people are.
Have you found the title to give you the opportunity to do what you want?
Well, that depends on what you want. Do I want to sit back and be rich and just eat food until I die? No, I don't. I want to go out. I want to touch things and learn things. I want to be alive.
Yeah, so far you're not really describing to me what it seems like most novices go through in this program.
Oh? Well, your experience is certainly going to be something a little different, isn't it?
Have you found many doors open to you since taking on this?
Well, what? Are we talking physical doors? Are we talking metaphorical doors?
Either.
They can be a little bit, not always excited to let us kind of wander, which is why I've kind of found myself right back here in my natural habitat, you might say, among the books and the dust.
Yeah.
But I'm certain that once we prove ourselves worthy and strong, both in mind and body, then they'll certainly let us go about and prove ourselves to be truly useful, and then we become wardens.
Okay, so you're more aimed at going up higher. Because to me, it seems like if you're as skilled as you're claiming, then you could probably get a job elsewhere with a better title.
It's not about the title. It's about what I can do.
Yes, that's
what I mean.
who
I can help.
You know that titles impact what you can do in a lot of senses.
Yes, I'm well aware.
Okay, well, as long as you are aware.
Oh, our camaraderie's already begun, hasn't it? Thank you for helping me be more aware. Well, it was a pleasure to meet you, Beau. And he doesn't hold his hand out to shake again. He just kind of nods in your direction, assuming you don't want to shake his hand. And then he will head out with his stack of books. And he has this very, joyful step. It's not quite a skip, but he does have, a very joyful step as he walks. He's just a very positive, hopeful man. You begin your studies with Maria. You wanted to focus on the ritualistic magic, and I guess a spell in particular you're probably leaning her towards. So what I'll say is, give me, so we're not gonna role play 4 hours of studying. So give me an intelligence arcana check. We'll see what you're kind of grasping from today's lesson. And you do still have inspiration from last session, I believe.
No, I don't.
I don't know if
used it.
You used it? Oh,
yeah.
Just kidding.
So it's a 14.
Okay. And you were planning to stay with her and do this research until you guys met up later?
Yeah, we were planning on meeting about 6, and I think they broke off at about 12:30ish.
Okay. The studies feel good. Things are starting to come back to you that you maybe had once known. A lot of it is just kind of having to let Maria do a little bit of her own talking, so she feels confident that you're grasping it. But she is still quite impressed with your skills and what you seem to be grasping over these few hours. Give me. So you want her to give you another scroll?
Correct.
Do you want to share which spell, which ritual spell you were looking
I'm
for?
thinking. I know that I was thinking.
Well,
I know that the first three that I want him to have is Alarm, Comprehend Languages, and Find Familiar. But Find Familiar, you need a 10 gold piece thing. So I feel like from them, probably Comprehend Languages.
Okay. Give me a persuasion check, and you can do it with advantage.
Oh, nice. Oh, I almost dropped them. Ooh.
Don't do that.
Well. Ooh. Maybe I should.
Well, I mean, drop them, but drop them with meaning.
I got a 5 and I got a 2, but I get to add things to it. So the 5 would become a 12, and then I still have Psionic. So that becomes a 15 with Psionic.
Mark off your Psionic die.
Oh, yes.
I think you knew that was coming.
The first one today?
Yeah.
Dang,
we got
that.
Well, we got the long rest when we when they recovered us.
True.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You kind of have to push a little bit, but she finally, kind of in that mom way, like, okay, and kind of breaks down, and she says that before you leave. Well, she asks when you'll be leaving tomorrow, and like if you're leaving like first thing in the morning.
Well, to be honest, we didn't cover that. Probably. First thing in the morning.
Well, I certainly do not want to stop you on your scholarly endeavors, so I will try to have this scroll ready for you before you leave. You should find it in the morning, in your mailbox. We'll have to prepare it. Of course.
And then
she's just saying, it's been an absolute pleasure getting to study with you, and I hope that when you return, that we'll be right back deep in your studies.
Agreed.
Wonderful.
For the research parts of it, do you want... Because he plans to...
you rolling.
Okay.
Mm-hmm,
Because he plans to do for a fiend. He's also, I mentioned to you, that alchemy book.
Dark.
And we messaged on Discord about that one. And then I guess the dark as also like a cross-reference maybe? So do you want 3 investigation rolls? Or something else?
Yes.
Okay.
And let's start with the alchemy book.
All right. Investigation number 1. Okay, I got a 12 plus a 4, so that would be 16.
Okay, you don't need to mark that.
Oh, okay, cool. 16.
Yeah, you don't need to mark the die. Yeah, finding there's a slew of books about alchemy. Some are more generalized, some are baby's first potion books, some are,
potions
some are
for dummies.
very specific. Yes.
Yeah.
There's a potion for Neanderthals, like all of it. It's there. So whichever one you'd like to take, you are welcome to check it out.
Well, he's looking for like a specific thing. Does one of those ones have the potion thing that he's looking for?
I need to remember exactly which one that was.
It was like to change
eye
color.
Yes. That's easy to find. Yes. Certainly one of those has it.
Okay. He's just going to he's not going to take out the whole book, but he's going to write down the formula for it.
You're going to spend time like copying what the pages say?
Or maybe he'll just take the whole book. It's fine.
Just take the book? Yeah, that's fine.
Worst thing that happens is it just disappears. All right, and then the next one.
All right, let's look up some fiends.
All right. Ooh, this is getting diminishing returns now. So for fiends, that is an 11 currently, or a 14.
Okay. Don't mark your die.
All right.
And then let's just have you roll, and we'll just get that out of the way for like that cross-referencing of the dark.
Okay, it's another 7, and then for psionic, it's a. Okay, it's exactly the same. So 14.
Okay. By the time you're ready to start researching, you were just most of your brain power went towards your studies, which earned you a scroll, so congratulations. But the information that you find about the fiends and the dark is pretty standard. About fiends, you learn that they are these monsters from the lower planes. They have different forms. They have different desires. There's some kind of like loose hierarchy of command among some of them, maybe. But it speaks about all of them in that very lackadaisical kind of just writing it off kind of way. And the most important, like jammed in your mind, and you've been learning this since you were a kid, is just that their sole intent is just mischief and harm. So it's a lot of that kind of basic information. It's the same kind of for the dark. It's this mockery of the light. The beings within it are just these soulless entities. It can and has been defeated, and its borders have been pushed back. So all the texts you can find are just very gung-ho about that. It specifically states in areas like almost like creepy bedtime stories for kids, you cannot survive extended periods of time in the dark without being trained. And then it goes into this whole launch about purgers and how excellent they are, and be a purger, protect the light. And it states in places that the dark can never and has never overpowered the light. So it's all that,
propaganda books, basically.
Basically. But it makes the light look great.
Now,
what you've always been told.
So since he spent like 6 or 5.5 hours or whatever, however long he's gonna end up in this, and he's only doing like research and stuff like that, does that also count for a short rest for him? I don't know on the rules because
I wouldn't count that as a short rest. I think your research was intensive enough, you were focused enough, you're not like relaxing, you are like, you probably have a crick in your neck because you've been bending over books. So you're probably less comfortable than you started.
Okay, that's fair.
And
he hasn't seen Cynthia.
He has not seen Cynthia.
Darn.
You know who might see Cynthia? Oh, she's not next. We'll get to her eventually. So after this, you wanted to, as evening is approaching, you start heading to the meeting spot at the, was it Wild Pike you were meeting, or was it Saker's Keep you were meeting?
We were meeting at Wild Pike.
For dinner. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's the second time I got that confused. All right. Ste'yn. With your newly found wanted posters in hand, you make your way to Saker's Keep. So as you are reapproaching that long and kind of flat stone building, this kind of not excellently, well, it's not that it's poorly tended, it just seems a little wayward garden in the front, all these, they're lovely flowers. They just kind of seem all over the place. The gate's lowered and you walk into the kind of entry, not the atrium, but right in front of it is still outside where carts may be and some animals are. Give me a perception check.
That is a natural 1, which seems fitting.
Don't make
there's
them
numbers
roll
in
for
between
things.
those.
You don't want them to fail.
I mean, that's still a 11 total with guidance and her bonus, but
No worries. You are beelining it.
Still
It's still a natural 1. You are beelining it, and you turn your head for just a second. You promise it's just a second. But by the time you even consider looking back, something has hit your stomach because you're so tall. It feels like lodged against your stomach, and you're stumbling, and whatever it is, you land like on top. And you realize you hear this muffled like, oh, ow, that really hurts. Ow.
You just plowed over Jeremy?
Steamrolled the poor guy.
He stands out so much, he wears all white.
He is underneath, and he's like scrabbling, trying to get out from under you.
Ste'yn will quickly get to her feet and try to help him up. I am so sorry about that. I apparently lost in my own thoughts. That's not an excuse, though. Are you all right?
Oh, yeah, I'm all right. I also wasn't looking where I was going. It's been quite a day. For you too. Yeah. I'm sorry. I should have been looking. I was looking elsewhere, actually. I was looking at my own feet, but, sorry.
Enough apologies. Are you sure you're all right? You seem a
He's
little
got,
more
like-
anxious than usual.
He does kind of have, like, this nasty bruise that's, like, starting to form, like, where his head might have hit the stone on the ground. But he doesn't, like, notice, or he doesn't say anything about it. He says, oh, I don't want to make you uncomfortable or anything. I was just, I was looking for something, was all, which is why I
What are
wasn't
you
looking up.
for?
Well, so I've got this little medallion, maybe an inch long, maybe like a 1/4 inch thick. It's a little stone medallion. It's got little dots on it and a little design. I can't find it, and it's pretty bad if I don't have it.
Is it your holy symbol or something related to your god?
Well, it's not my holy symbol, no. And he pushes up his sleeve, and you can see around his wrist there's a small piece of twine and this little stone pendant on there. And then he puts his sleeve back down. No, not that. It's just something else that I was given. Just if it goes missing, if I can't find it, I don't think Head Celebrant Galora will be very happy if he finds out. Ugh. It's okay.
I'm sure you didn't mean to lose it, and you had a very exciting morning. Perhaps it fell out of your pocket, and the excitement, perhaps someone picked it up, not realizing what it was. I'm sure Galora will be understanding if it was genuinely lost and not misplaced out of carelessness.
Yeah, he's pretty calm, but that's part of the problem sometimes with calm people, is that they're so calm you can't tell when they're really mad.
No, he's always been like that.
Oh, you know him? From before
I knew him
this?
for a few years from before.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess that explains why you're so good with magic and stuff like that. He's a
He
really
tried
good
to
teacher.
teach me a lot. I wasn't really ready to listen.
Oh, you did all that without him. That's even better.
I've looked back and found a lot of wisdom in what he had to say. If I had paid more attention to it at the time, probably would have saved me a lot of trouble.
Well, you live and you learn, right?
Exactly.
Well, I don't want to keep you. Sorry if I got in the way. I'm just gonna keep looking. If you do find it, it's only about that big, about that thick. But don't worry about it. I'm sure I'll find it. Don't gotta go
I'm sure it'll
broadcasting
turn
it.
up.
Yeah. Thanks. Okay, I'm gonna go. Kind of like
Kassie-
lightly touches his head.
Yeah, Ste'yn's gonna reach out and set a hand on his shoulder, and she'll use her healing hands to give him back whatever HP he might have lost, or
Whatever I
hopefully
might have secretly
whatever it
rolled.
is. Yes. So he gets up to 4 points back. He needs it.
Excellent. And you can kind of see the bruise immediately start turning from that, like, angry looking red purple that it was forming. It starts to get to that yellowish greenish stage before it eventually completely fades. And he nods his head profusely and thanks you, and then scurries back. He goes like around, like he's now looking wherever he's been looking. He's now looking outside.
Great.
And you head on inside. Oh, well, I suppose he could have told you. Well, it's fine. You head on inside. So you're looking for Goro?
Yes.
Okay. You do not immediately see him. But doesn't take too long. If you're kind of waiting in the area, or if maybe you were about to start heading to Atala's chamber in the meantime. But it doesn't take too long. He does return. You see him with Aglin, and they are quietly discussing something until they go far enough into the atrium and see you. And they greet you. Ste'yn, you've returned.
Yes, I need to talk to you about something that we just learned regarding the altercation from this morning and probably more.
New information already. Fantastic. Come with me. Aglin, I think it's time you got some rest. And Aglin nods his head and nods to you as well, Ste'yn, and bids you farewell, and he heads on out. Goaro will lead you out of the atrium, to the right, through another door, and down a short flight of steps. It takes you to this underground part of the temple where it's a long it's not very long. It's a long corridor. There's 2 doors further down that seem to lead into rooms, and then there's one closer to you. There's a couple of statues that seem to depict a few of the gods. Neither of them is Atala. But he opens the door into a small, a thin but long office. It has a number of bookshelves, a number of those floating shelves, and a prominent table in the middle. He offers you to go inside.
Go inside.
Excellent. And there's a couple of chairs along the wall. He closes the door, he brings one of the chairs to sit in front of the desk, and then he goes around and sits behind. The desk is cleared. It looks like there are some books that are... There's like one book that's on the ground, and he kind of notices it, picks it up, replaces it onto a shelf, sits down again.
Get there.
Oh, who knows? Weird. And he looks to you, Ste'yn.
She'll sit down in
right.
front of the desk, in the offered chair. Yes, so Beau, Viola, and I went to talk to the head, the leader of the group that infiltrated this keep earlier today. And we discovered that he's possessed either at least by one, probably possibly by many different entities over the course of the conversation. He acted quite crazed in his speech and expression, and spoke of how he is here and has some bigger plans. And I thought you should be made aware of that as soon as possible, because who knows what trouble that could cause.
He pauses for a moment. It's quiet. Kind of familiar dead air that maybe makes you a little uncomfortable. Like, did he hear me? Is he going to say something? And just as it feels like it's taking too long to say something, he looks back to you. Did you see any catalyst to this change? Any magic in play while he spoke?
Did not notice any magic. I was more focused on the conversation than on looking for magical means, I'm afraid. But the change, there's a notable switch when I asked if his group was worth learning about. And at that point, his grin got even wider and bigger. But also, even before then, after Beau and I threatened him a bit, he's acted like he knows we want the information, but he became a game to not give it to us.
And did you assess the environment? Could anything else have been influencing you or this man?
He was in plain linen clothes. He had been searched already and was in a cell with nothing else around him. It was only Beau, Viola, and I in his presence. The peace watchman we spoke with had gone to retrieve some things for us, and there was nothing noticeable that seemed to be influencing him, to the best of my recollection.
All right. And did you assess your own emotions in this interaction?
No.
Very good.
I wanted information from him and he wasn't very forthcoming. Tried to play along with his game, act interested in what he had to say, what he was trying to encourage, but I wasn't really prepared to be interrogating a non-humanoid, a non-natural creature in the moment.
And that is a very good assessment to make of yourself. You are not prepared to be speaking to something that is potentially fiendish. And that's all right. I don't think anyone here is asking you to do that. And yet you found yourself choosing to do so all the same.
I could handle it at the moment.
Did he give further information as far as intentions here?
He wants the rubies. He wants the crown. He was very insistent on seeking the crown, and then when it was revealed that the rubies were removed, he got even more interested in that. He repeatedly asked for his crown back.
Mm-hmm. And you only noticed any of these changes in just this one man. None of this happened while you were interacting with them as a group at large.
Not that I recall, but those interactions were short, and most of mine involved fighting.
All right. It sounds like there's more investigation to do. And I assure you that I will make sure someone is there to look further into the details of whatever this entity you believe you saw, and whatever it could be. And if we must banish another fiendish presence, then that is what we will do. But I want you to leave here feeling rest assured.
Yes, sir.
I don't believe a word of what you just said.
I'm not really sure how to respond to that because I don't know what you mean by that.
I mean, I don't believe you're going to leave here feeling rest assured. Not the way that your mind has always been racing, Ste'yn.
You're very true with that. But we have another mission to distract us from this for the moment. I trust that you will do your best with this, and I have to have that trust.
Very good. You have come a long way.
I'm not the teenager I was.
Questionable. Just how much has changed. But I think if you stay here, and I think choosing to take on whatever this other assignment is that you're doing, I think these are all strong steps.
I think they are as well. I don't know who or what you think I am, but I'm doing my best. And you've been instrumental in that in many ways, but I've also learned much from others too.
That I believe you. I will make sure that this is investigated deeper, and thank you for sharing this information. Was there anything else you needed?
Just one question.
Hmm.
Different subject, but do you know what I am? Did you know?
That is an odd question. What do you mean?
I mean, what I am as a person. I'm not human, I'm not elf, I'm not any of those things. Recently it's been suggested, and I'm likely to believe it, as I'm an Asimar. But I feel like if that's something that had been known to those I worked with or studied under, surely they would have informed me of that.
What changes would you make if you walked around believing you were an Aasimar, as opposed to a human or an elf?
I would have been more confident. Less wondering, less searching. Felt more seen and recognized by my goddess.
You believe so?
Yes.
Do you believe that how you feel is going to affect what the gods decide to do? Do you think you're seen as holier?
I didn't ask for this.
None of us ask for the lot we've been dealt.
You still haven't answered my question.
I know a champion when I see one.
All right. Thank you.
Do you know a champion when you see one?
Can I insight check that?
Sure.
In my head, I've just been saying, "Insight check him."
Do it now!
Glad I finally thought it loud enough.
That is a 28.
What are you insight checking? What are you hoping to notice?
Thing to notice. It's a good question. Give me a second to think about it.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm looking for any secondary or double meanings in his words or in his expression. Like, is he trying to point towards something or say something without saying it?
And as is very much like him, which is probably very frustrating for you as a child or as a teenager. There's always some other meaning to things that he says. And when he asks you if you would know a champion when you see one, in line with what he was saying previously, it seems to be not just a matter of do you recognize someone of your race when you see one, but are you taking everything into account? Is it just the fact that your skin is pale or your hair is white that makes you more beloved by Atala, by any of the friends you've met here, by him, by your family? Is that what makes the difference? Or is it what you are doing and those things that you are choosing to do before you even knew what you were?
I like to think I know a champion when I see one, but life tells me otherwise.
Sometimes life can shut it. Go be a champion.
She just nods and she'll get up and leave the room.
All right. And as you're leaving, you see him. You can see him reaching for one of his shelves kind of skimming it like he's about to pull a book. But the door will, well, you can close the door behind you. All right. Did you want to spend time in Atala's chamber? Is that the rest of the time
Just
until you
gonna
go
go
meet the
chill in
others?
Atala's chamber for a while, probably around hour or so before they're supposed to meet. She'll just go sit outside the wild pike and wait for others to show up.
Okay. Real quick, as you are going to Atala's chamber and you enter, and you begin your prayers there, give me a Constitution saving throw, please.
That is a 9.
Cool. We're just getting them out of the way, guys. It's okay.
We are not starting strong at all.
You stick it out because you're a champ. You were just told go be a champion. You're sticking it out. But as you're sitting there trying to kind of focus and pray, your heart is just kind of racing. And maybe it's the adrenaline from the fact that you just had that conversation with your former teacher. Maybe it's that lingering taste of the that kind of earthy tea that you had earlier. But your heart is just like racing a bit, and it's very hard to focus. So you have some difficulty with your prayers for that afternoon. But you get through it. It's just one of those dry spells. It happens.
Happens a lot.
The tea. Yeah, it does. All right. And let's go over to Viola. You make your way to... You also, by the way, did see those wanted posters. You did catch them. You make your way back to Kepner's command. It is... I guess at this point in the day, there's some activity going on outside. You see some people kind of mingling amongst themselves. Some people have little items in their hand you can't quite make out, but some of them like give off fun little like fizzy noises, and some of them make kind of scary popping noises, and you're not quite sure what to expect there. But you start to head inside. You're in that kind of opening foyer area, but you don't see... Were you looking for Ziva specifically?
Yes, and she would like, if there was someone that should look like she could just like walk up and talk to him, she'd like walk up and just say hi and say that that's who she's looking for and ask if they knew where she was. Or Gary, right? I think she said to find her or Gary, so she would also ask about Gary.
Okay, I still picture his illustration.
I think he looks great. You'll get to see him soon. I think he looks great. You actually do spot Gary as you start to kind of peek your head through where people would point to where Ziva might be. But you get like mixed reactions. Like some people are like, she might be inside. Some people are like, I think she's off right now. I don't think she's here. As you peek through, you actually see the familiar blonde Bob. He's now in a different seated position up against the wall. Now his legs are like up along the wall and his back is on the floor. There's like a small pile of wooden stakes kind of next to him. Each one has like a few divots in them, and he seems to be working on a different one now. This one is made of metal, it seems, and he's holding this little tool that seems to be burning a hole through this metal. But he looks quite preoccupied with this thing, with his tongue kind of like slightly to the side of his mouth.
Viola walks right up next to him and just looks down and is like, hey, Gary, to try and get his attention.
And yeah, and he pauses. The little wafts of smoke from the metal stop as he takes the device out. Oh, Vision and Gold. What's up?
Sorry to interrupt you. You look like you're pretty busy. I was just looking for Ziva. She said I could borrow something for our next assignment, and we're getting ready to go on a new assignment tomorrow. So I was just stopping by to see if I could chat with her.
I don't think Ziva's in today. I don't think she's in now. Or she's not until the evening. I don't know.
Well,
but she's not here yet.
You could help me because she also said I could chat with you. She did say that I could borrow those night vision goggles. But I'm not exactly sure how useful they would be on this assignment. So I was thinking about maybe some other things that could help with certain things, but obviously I don't remember all of their names or like know what you guys even have here.
I mean, if you want it, we probably got it. The goggles of night are easy enough to grab. I can get those for you if you give them back. Yeah, I can get those for you.
With the town we're going to, I thought potentially, and from what the assignment seems like it's about, I was thinking potentially something that could help me or myself and some friends hide or like become disguised or anything like that. And I also have a friend who got this new necklace that allows him to read minds. So I didn't know if there was anything to like keep him from doing that on me or anything like that. But those are just like a few of the things I was thinking about. I don't know what you guys like those things even exist, but it's just what comes to mind.
And he's like, he stops and he's thinking about it. And he's like, I never got to play with any mind shielding, but man, I want to. That sounds awesome. But I don't know where that would be, so I can't really grab that for you. But I might have something for the whole, I mean, to be fair, it's kind of hard to miss you. So if you're looking to not be so noticeable, I might have something for that.
Yeah, that would be helpful. What do you got?
And he, as he's thinking, just seamlessly, like one leg starts to come to the side and the other one just follows, and now he's on his side. And then he kind of turns and he like pushes himself to sit upright. His face is a little bit red as like blood was rushing to his face. And he has pretty pale, like pretty fair skin. Now he's sitting upright and he thinks about it, and he snaps in recognition and gets up. He's like, give me a second. So he kind of vanishes down the hall. In a few minutes, he comes back and he's got one little box under his arm, and then he's got something draped over his other arm. What's draped over his arm is this. It looks very bright. It looks like a metal that you're not necessarily accustomed to seeing. It just looks sleek in these little rivets. And first he holds out the long box that you recognize. It's like, well, these are the goggles. Oh, you said you didn't need the goggles, right?
I don't think we need them. I mean, if you want to let me borrow both, I'm never going to say no to that.
I mean, I just need them back is all, because if you sign them out and I had the name on there.
Yeah, of course I'll bring them back.
Cool. Well, then, shoot, there you go.
So convincing. You might as well be like winking at him. Of course I'll bring it back.
I'm being honest and genuine.
Unless it breaks or a monster steals it, I'm gonna bring it back.
Also, Kassie, for your reference, I put the ring that you're mentioning that exists in D&D in Roll20. It's called the Ring of Mind Shielding.
I looked at a list. I did my research.
Kassie did her research. That's why nice. Brenna knows. Because Kassie knew. Oh, which one was it? Hold on one second. Make sure I described that right, because now I'm not sure I remembered. Yes, in those little chains. So he hands you the box, the thinner box, and then he kind of gives like a big swooshing like whoosh with the armor, this shirt looking, this chain shirt he's holding in that sleek looking metal, and he's like, I can give this to you, but so there's two catches here. One, if you wear this, it'll fit under regular clothes and it'll still protect you. It's just not gonna probably be as protective as this, which looks really strong. So you're a little more vulnerable if you're planning on getting hit. I don't know what your assignment is. You're a little more vulnerable, but I mean, if you want to look like a plain Jane anybody, you can have this under your clothes anyway. Is that okay? Do you mind being a little more vulnerable?
No, it's not a huge issue.
Oh, okay. The second catch, I could give this to you, but I need you to do me a favor.
What's the favor?
So this assignment, where are you headed? If you don't mind passing that on. Sounds like you're leaving the city, so I imagine
We
you're
are.
heading probably
Yeah.
north. There's not much. There's not much south from here.
I want to say it starts with an H.
I'll hen.
Hazelford.
Oh yeah, that's the north one. Ah,
I was pulling up the map on my phone.
it's got so many things popping up that I forgot which one. Hazelford. Yes. That's the one. So, if you are going there, okay. So I'm not trying to, pat myself on the back or anything, but I come from this family that is very good at inventing, very good at building things, and we're actually, my dad, he's actually opening a new storefront in Hazelford, and I kind of wonder if you don't mind, pop in over there while you're there. Maybe, check it out. We always put out the little review cards. If you could just fill one out, get our name out there. It's a really good store. What we do is we take otherwise really kind of overwhelming projects that you still want in your house, and we make it really easy for people to just build it themselves. So you don't have to go out hiring a whole bunch of crew. You can build it yourself. And he grabs off the floor the pieces he's holding, and he's like, you see these slits here, right? This is where you would place the finer tools, like screws, nails, things like that. Easy, in and out. All the pieces are set for you in advance. And it's just as sturdy as any solid structure. And he's going on and starts to get a little more technical. But if we have friends helping out, it's really useful.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Awesome. I appreciate that.
The name of it?
So when you get in there, I don't know how big he's gonna make the sign, but it's called Ike A. My dad's name is Ike Allen. So you'll see Ike A. Name of the store. It's named after him. Wants to make sure his name's on the map.
Okay. Yeah, we will definitely visit them, and I will tell him how wonderful his son is as well.
It's right next to the Walmart.
I mean, I'm getting there. I'm definitely getting there. But I got a lot to learn from my dad, for sure. But that's, why I'm here. Look, if we can open up an Ike A's here in Gratia Minot in a guardianship of all places, we're going to blow everyone else out of the water.
How many people are in this field?
It's really just the Walmart people. Curse them. Our strongest competition yet.
I didn't realize it until I looked at the message in Discord. And I even typed it out in front of me. okay.
But if you're willing to help him with that, he will hand you mithril chainmail. It will fit underneath your clothing, so you don't have to have big armor, but it does lower your AC compared to your armor. And maybe we'll get to see Viola in like day-to-day clothes. Whoa.
Beau suggested this during the shopping episode to get tattoos that would do this, and she was like, no, I like my armor. Suddenly she's cashing out.
Because this is free.
Also that.
So it's
and I also
free
don't
stuff.
have to get a tattoo to do it.
Nothing feels nicer than not rolling stealth with disadvantage for free.
Unless it's dark and she can't see, because the disadvantage comes right back.
Well, I have the night goggles now.
Oh, you did get those? I didn't realize that you
I
got
got
those.
them.
Oh, okay. I just picturing her not having them, and she's like, oh, it can be so stealthy and bumps into everything.
Just walks in every tree. Okay, was there anything else you needed to do, Viola, before you wanted to head out? He'll give you an opportunity too if you want to like try on the chainmail, and if you wanted to use one of their test rooms again, you could do that for a little bit.
No,
She's
she'll
being pretty
just
chill.
assume that it's gonna work, and she'll try and figure it out tonight when she gets back to the room.
Sweet.
If she does happen to see Cynthia, she will give her a little nod of hello, and that's it.
And that's it.
Unless Cynthia talks to her, she's not gonna seek her out to try and talk to her, because she feels like Cynthia probably doesn't want to see her face, let alone talk to her.
Give me a perception check.
Dirty 20.
As you start to head out, just as you're turning away from Gary, in the far, far, far end of that hallway, you see this little poke of pink hair that's just coming around, or just coming from out of one of the rooms, hands and knees scrubbing at the floor. You see this dirty towel in her hand as she's like, some stain will not get out, and she's like scrubbing at it. She does not notice your presence.
Magic that can do that for you.
I thought she was a wizard. Why doesn't she know that?
You're a wizard, Cynthia.
Suddenly, oh yeah, and off it goes. Maybe she's out of spell slots.
I can't trip.
Maybe she's tired. Maybe she also wants to do things the old-fashioned way. This is where wizards come to be alive.
Viola's fighting back and forth right now because she has the kind urge to go and help her, but at the same time, she is also thinking she doesn't want, clearly Cynthia's probably not having a very fun time right now and doesn't want to make her mood worse by seeing Viola, because she's pretty sure she doesn't want to see Viola. Yeah, I think Viola's just gonna leave.
Okay. You head out, and you do see a little spark from her magic before you see her kind of stand up and move to the next place, start working on a wall.
Well, Viola's just gonna head back to the Wild Pike.
Okay, you're just gonna hang there for a few hours. Yeah, you've got that. You've got, you can be up in the barracks, whatever the case may be. It's up to you. But if you are at the Wild Pike, you are treated generously, given some a small glass of non-alcoholic beverage for free by
Water.
If you want to presume it's water, yeah.
It's not like they have a
Rosita
lot
will
of
be a little
soda.
nicer than that.
At least
Milk.
be milk.
Oh, I guess it could be
Juice.
milk or tea. I guess that's true.
Yeah, I think Rosita would give her some juice. Leave that for her. Go about her business.
She will keep an eye out for the polar bear, and then she's also keeping an eye out for her friends.
Okay.
I still feel like the polar bear is a fever dream.
It never
I'm
happened.
holding out hope. He will show up.
And Snow, back in the Raleigh district. I believe the last place you were was the tavern playing. Was that it?
Well, I don't think the kids were hanging out in a tavern.
No, he spent the
I think once he gave up on the
afternoon in a
game.
park. He spent the afternoon in a park, all of
Right.
it. And then once it gets towards dinner time, he'll start to make his way towards just kind of like wandering around till he finds a tavern. But as he's walking, he is going to change directions and just head straight for the Raleigh District.
The Peace District?
I got them
Not
confused
the
Okay.
place
too,
where
to
he
be
currently
honest.
is.
That's
He's
the
going
way.
to try to find where he is, and then we'll seek
Get
out
his
a place where he
bearings.
isn't,
He's finding
and
himself.
then yes, he's done
got
some
new
soul
agey.
searching, and now
Found some crystals. He's a changed man.
now he's
As
going to begin the walk and back to the Peace District.
as you head back to the gate, you see you just managed to see there's bodies moving about, horses coming in and out. But even through all of that, you still manage to see a small presence in a kind of in green long garb that has her dark arm raised and is waving in your direction, waving you down. You see Rochelle, one of your novice emissaries, flagging you down.
How far away is she?
She probably started waving you down when you were, I don't know, within what? Within
She's in the
100
direction
feet,
I'm
within
going.
60 feet? 60 feet?
She's in the direction I'm heading.
Yes. Trying to get your attention.
He'll go that way.
Okay. To which she smiles, and having seen her now 3 times and within this short amount of time, even as she's smiling, and it's a very genuine smile, you can tell immediately. It just still doesn't like quite seem to reach her eyes. Her eyes just seem very like mellow as she waves you down. And she says, I'm glad that I caught you before you left. The captain would like reassurance that you're well. However, it would be imprudent of her to leave her home as she recovers, so she sent me in her place. May I escort you back to the Peace District? It would give Captain Nora great peace of mind to know you've made it back safely.
I suppose if you would like, it's fine with me.
Wonderful. And just a short way away, there is a small carriage and a horse and a rider. And she indicates to it, in case you did not feel like walking the entire distance.
I'm more than used to walking, but this is fine.
Wonderful. The rider, it's not Aaron this time, he will help both of you up and it begins traveling. She doesn't say anything in this as the ride begins. She's kind of looking forward, and then she'll look at you occasionally and smile. And if you don't say anything, she'll look back at you, smile.
Snow is going to spend this time practicing on his pan flute the song that he wasn't playing well in the tavern. Was that yesterday? I think that was just yesterday.
With Vav.
Feels like a lifetime ago, but yesterday.
Sure does.
Yeah, he's going to spend the time practicing that on his pan flute.
Okay. You start to play, you practice. In one of the breaks, like when you're about to restart, Rochelle gives this polite clap as you played particularly well in one of those attempts. And she finally seems to add in. She says, I'll inform the captain if there's anything that you would like to pass on. I have a connection that I could message to her, if there's anything you'd like to say to reassure her.
You can just tell her I'm fine.
Wonderful. She pauses
I
again.
hope she didn't worry too much.
She worries a lot.
So you never want to do that.
I
This means you
agree.
suffer both times.
You are wise. And she looks back out.
I'm very good at sounding like it.
But not being it?
I try not to be.
Choosing to live in the dark?
Very dramatic way of saying it. You didn't strike me as a very dramatic person.
She's bobbing along with the rocking of the carriage and the horse. And she says, well, believe it or not, I'm the most dramatic in my family, but I've learned to temper my own emotions. It's important.
Do you have a big family?
There's a good number of us.
Are they far away?
Oh, yes. They're south of us. South and west.
Ooh. Haven't made my way south yet. Is it
Oh,
nice
you
down there?
must. Oh, yes. It's quite nice down there. Tropical in some areas, dry in others.
Should do that.
Where have you been?
Oh, lots of places. Most of Eurusha.
Many have traveled Eurusha's lengths. And it seems even many more who have traveled it don't seem to know much about it.
What's the most interesting thing to know about it?
From what I've experienced, probably the way that she interacts with her neighbors. But most people are not interested in politics.
Yeah, no, politics are really boring.
Quite.
But I'm sure someone thinks that's interesting.
You ask her to tell you something that's interesting? I want to make sure I heard.
No, he said that he's sure that someone finds that interesting.
Oh. Oh, yes. Most of the figures here, who are in some sort of authority, find much of that interesting. But that's because they're directly involved. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy.
Yeah, that's something that I don't really like about this place very much.
What don't you like?
The authority here is just so restricting and full of their own authoritativeness. Gotta get out, see the world. It's not just about rules and limits. It's about freedom, beauty.
You know, Snow, you're not the only one who has not seen eye to eye with a captain or with emissaries or with authority. Those with authority, so to speak. That is what often happens in a place with many a lost soul. Some may even call us misfits. Although you will never hear that in Zaylee. To the world at large, you see, we're heroes. We are the ones who seem to be in some kind of authority, some kind of control. But really, we're only seeking shelter. And yet we're building the very shelter we're seeking while the storm rages on. What a fascinating event these guardianships are. I came here for curiosity more than anything else. And somehow I'm in a position of power.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Perhaps I'll cure myself of it one day.
Should. Have you
Well,
seen
first-
any of the? Have you seen anything else other than Yerusha?
Other than my own home?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sure there's always more to see, though.
Always.
There's always more lands, more cultures. The world is not a boring place, but the guardianship is a very boring institution.
Let me reassure you that no one comes to a guardianship because they have somewhere better to be, one way or another. But there's a lot of good you can do here, and I think that is why I came here to help our captain. There's a lot of good to be done with our captain, and even clashing minds can fight on the same side.
I suppose. I don't really know what I'm doing here. But that's alright.
It is, and I think you'll figure it out. Especially if you keep those
I
others
mean, if
around.
not, I'll just move on. Which
You would
others?
be missed.
Nah.
Do note before you go to say goodbye to your captain. I assure you, you will be missed.
I appreciate the thought.
I'll pass it along to her. And as the conversation is kind of, as she says that, the rising gate becomes clear, and the carriage is brought into the Peace District. She's helped down. You are helped down, and she nods to you again, and she lays a hand on your arm briefly. She doesn't say anything. Then she takes her hand back, and she, unless you say anything else, she will kind of start to, in that very floaty kind of way that she walks, she'll start to.
Oh my gosh.
She heads in the direction of the. Oh man, I forgot to look up the name of that ward. My bad. The one with the smart people.
It was like no, it wasn't
The
the Arcana.
Inquirers Ward.
The
Inquirers
Inquirers
Ward,
Ward. That's the one. Thank
Also,
you.
Got
now
you.
I'm pitching her as like the fairy godmothers in Sleeping Beauty, the way that they just kind of flew around.
It's just her little scuttling feet.
But it's always just
beneath
like,
this very long dress.
Yeah, she's
It
always
just looks
floating
like-
around, but only like this
Yes.
far off the ground. She just kind of moves.
And are you making your way to the Wild Pike? Was that the
Yes.
plan?
Yeah, he'll say goodbye to her and head off to the pike.
Wonderful. So at this point in the evening,
Actually,
What is-
as I walk,
Mm.
as I'm going over there, actually, he's going to pull out the sending stone from his backpack. And as he walks to the pike, he's just gonna pull it out. Hello, good day. It's me. Don't know if there's ever gonna be anyone on the other end. but if so, say hello.
He was going to start using this as like
Bye.
his daily log. He just starts saying a little bit about what happened that day.
Someone
Captain's
is
log.
hearing me.
Day 2.
You get the
Dear
sense that the
diary.
stone. Dear Sending Stone. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe what Beau said today. Oh.
I can't believe they killed people on my birthday.
On my birthday.
By the way, it's my birthday.
By the way, happy birthday to me.
By the way.
You get the sense that the stone activated. At the very least, it is functioning, but you do not get a response.
One day.
As you make your way up to the Wild Pike. At this point in the evening, the three who had planned to be there in time for dinner, you guys would easily have found each other. So it would not be difficult to spot Snow when he arrives. But tell me where you guys decided to get comfortable in the Wild Pike while you were waiting. Well, were you all waiting?
Beau
You
was
weren't all
getting
waiting for
there
Snow.
just as... So I think Ste'yn and Viola got there probably a few hours before, or at least a few before, but Beau was planning on getting there like right at the time.
Okay.
Ste'yn was sitting outside until she saw somebody else.
I don't know if Viola would have gotten there before Ste'yn or not, because I think Ste'yn said she was waiting until like an hour or so before we were supposed to meet. Viola just like went there, got what she needed, and came right back. And she
Viola
would
would
have
be
gone
there.
inside.
Viola's just been lying on her bed, writing in her diary.
She-
Being like,
she's
soon I will
literally
begin my training. She's kicking her feet up in the air while she's writing in it, lying on her
S and
stomach.
V.
She probably did go up to like try on the armor situation, but then she would have put her gold armor back on. And
Oh, I
she
thought
would
you
have
were
found a table.
Show up
where
in a
she,
cocktail
like-
dress to dinner.
No.
Aw, man, that'd be great.
Unfortunately, Viola didn't pack that.
Aw.
Aw, dang.
But she would have just sat in a table where she could like fully see the front door. So either closer to the front door or on the opposite side of the room from the front door.
Okay. And by the time you got there, Viola, because you probably got there first, it'd be easy enough to nab a table, and if you just wanted to, like, you know,
No more bleachers.
grab it. No, you did not need
No
to
polar
sit on
bear.
the bleachers this time. But it sounds like by the time Snow got there, it was heading towards evening meeting time. So I think the three of you would have probably found one. At the very least, Ste'yn would be in there by now. Yeah, we'll just keep it simple and have the three of you together. So if you guys joined Viola at her table, and then you'd be able to see when Snow arrived, which would bring the four of you back together again. Hooray!
What's on the menu for the evening?
Gosh dang it.
Does it change every day?
I mean, but you have a lunch menu and you have a dinner menu.
Yeah, dinner.
What are the
dinner's
specials?
Gonna be dinner. The brisket was really popular, and they kind of anticipated, so there's definitely more brisket to be had. There is a plated pasta dish that's kind of like a casserole. You have options of meat or veggie.
Oh shoot, I only got
And
25 silver.
what?
I said, oh shoot, I only have 25 silver. What's
Dang.
a cheap dinner?
They have a starter, like a charcuterie board with like slices of cured meats and some cheeses and some olives and a jam, but not like the really good jam. It's like the, you know. Well, I mean, it's all good
Sugar-free
jam. 'Cause They don't
jam.
serve bad food at the Wild Pike. But it's like a small thing of jam. It's not quite enough for your full brisket.
I appreciate the detail on the jam. Thank you.
Beau gets the
necessary.
pasta.
It's
It
a
just-
cheap dinner.
It just occurred to me they all, at least he skipped lunch. I don't know if anybody else ended up eating rations or something, but he had the stuff in the morning at like 7 in the morning, and that was it for food. So he's gonna get the pasta.
Yeah, Snow hasn't eaten either.
Cool.
Viola's been snacking on peanuts from the bar.
You have a plethora. You just like you get a new bowl from your peanut shells like every now and then, just kind of slips up and slips in front of you, and then the old one is taken by one of the bar lads.
Oh,
But you guys,
how populated was it when Beau got there?
it's getting into a dinner hour, so it's people are there, decently populated. It's not as hectic as it was at one time.
Is it as busy as it was during lunch?
No.
Okay.
Surprisingly.
So it's more sparse?
A little more sparse, yes.
Okay. Well, let me know if it gets as busy as lunch.
Sure.
Okay,
I'll
cool.
keep an eye out on the I'm gonna roll for it. Incoming patrons every now and then. 6 more have entered. 2 have left.
It's one of those math
Yes.
problems.
6 more have entered,
Oh.
and 2 have left.
But what does that mean? It's probably its comparison to lunch hour.
No, you're fine. It's not.
Oh, okay.
It's not crazy chaotic at the moment.
So,
Well, what
how
about
was
drinks?
everyone's day?
I think we all need a drink.
I can agree with that.
I'll treat. Ste'yn's gonna get up and go to the bar to get some drinks.
Yep. And one of the barmaids is quick to assist you.
Cool. She just orders 4 meads, basic stuff.
I don't remember how much it was. I'm gonna say like a silver a pop. Well, the meads are sweeter. You know how they gotta have
I don't
that
think it was a
upcharge.
full
The pink.
'Cause I
The
think
pink
it was like
upcharge.
a silver or something like that for all 4 last time, because I remember
1 silver?
I think it was like the equivalent of like, because I remember Snow
it
gave
was
them like a
3.
vastly more than they needed, because he did it like per person,
I
whatever the
said
number
3.
was. Yeah.
Right, because you overheard it in the VOD. I said 3, and he interpreted it as 3 each, and I didn't correct him because I wanted you to
Okay,
spend
so then
money.
that's it. Okay.
Cool. Not a
Yeah,
problem.
well, 3 silver total to grab some meads, sure.
Cool.
I'll say the lasagna. If you get the veggie, it's like if you get the veggie, it's
He's
only
not gonna
like
get the veggie.
1. If you want the meat one, it's 2 silver.
Okay.
Lasagna. Sorry, casserole. I think the
But-
brisket was 3.
Viola's gonna get the brisket again.
Me?
Noted accordingly and subtract.
Well, Ste'yn will bring the 4 drinks back to the table.
4 drinks.
Yeah, because Snow's
Is
there
it one
now.
for Snow too?
Oh, did Snow? Okay.
You said we
I
were
didn't
all
know if she was, like-
reunited.
I thought we were all.
That was the hope, but then Snow
If Snow
didn't
hasn't
say
joined yet,
anything.
then she'll, if she
Oh.
sees him walk in, try to wave him
I'll
down.
show up whenever you say I'm there.
Oh,
no,
yeah,
yeah,
it
you're
sounded
totally
like we
there.
were all there. I thought
Okay.
that's what we were going under.
4 silver for the drinks then. Good mead. It's not happy hour. You missed happy hour.
Better be good.
Sorry, she's too busy dealing with the crisis.
Fair. That's fair.
As always.
Your heart is still kind of like.
Can we get like a hero's discount for taking down bad people in the keep? Listen,
No.
the keep isn't gonna pay us. Maybe we can at least get discounts.
First, who are you asking?
Well, if Beau's asking it,
Most people here don't like you.
yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay,
He's-
who's
So
asking
maybe
and
don't.
to whom are you asking the question? First, who's asking?
Snow, you want to ask them for a discount?
Not really, no.
Fine.
If you want free food, there's the mess hall we can always go to, I think, that has basic fare. We don't have to eat and pay for meals here.
I'm not saying I want free food. I just want less expensive food.
Free is less expensive.
Validation.
That's true, but it's not as appetizing.
Why don't you just ask?
They don't like me.
It's true.
Well, then I guess you'll just have to suffer.
Does no one want to benefit for taking down people this morning?
Our benefit was that we got to live, so I'd say that's a pretty good benefit for us.
It was
Sure.
a service to the keep into this guardianship.
Yes, but services can be rewarded.
I'm sure there are rewards we don't know about.
So I'm just gonna get food.
Speaking of getting things, Snow, if it's your birthday, we should be getting you some sort of dessert. Do you have a favorite dessert?
Yes, actually. I don't know if they have it here, but back home, my favorite dessert was this. It's this layered cream and chocolate with a little, like a pastry sort of crust to it. It's very delicious.
I will go see if they have it, and Viola will get up and go to find.
Are you describing an Oreo? Wait a minute. I'm trying to
No.
picture this. Sorry. I'm trying to
Figure it out,
picture
I'm like-
this.
I thought I had it for a second. First, I was like, a parfait?
it's-
Is it
it's-
tiramisu? Is it?
No, in real life, it's called Mississippi Mud, and it's really good.
It is so good.
Oh, so it's like, okay, I think I know what
Gotta-
that is.
It's made more like a casserole kind of thing, but it's got this flour based crust, and then on top of that, it's got like cream cheese filling, and then a whole layer of chocolate, and then another layer of
It
whipped
was not
cream.
what I was
It's really
thinking,
good.
but it does sound good.
Yeah, right? I'm
It's
trying to
very
like
good.
imagine. Is it like a more solid kind of thing, or does it like you use like a spoon to get that out? 'Cause
It's more like pudding.
creamy. Okay,
It's like different
It's more
layers
like
of pudding.
Yeah.
with like a cake base.
Yeah.
No, like a
Like what's the flour
very
base?
thin, a very thin crust base.
More like a crust.
just a short
Okay.
crust.
Okay, okay, that sounds delicious.
Good.
Yeah.
It's
take my word
popular
for it.
down here.
But Viola will go find Darian, and if he's not there, she'll try to find the blue-haired lady that we talked to yesterday who seemed to be friends with Snow, because she's assuming that one of them can make it happen, and if they can't, then she's going to go to try find Lear.
Give me a perception check.
She's on a mission now.
That is going to be 9.
Okay. Yeah, you're looking for Darian, but you don't spot him specifically. However, it seems like Rosita, who is the one with the beautiful blue hair, always seems to be moving out and about somewhere. It's almost like she never leaves this place. You see her coming out from the kitchen, and she's holding a tray and serving one of the nearby tables. So her tray is now empty by the time she turns and sees you. So you ask her about the dessert.
Yes, Viola will flag her down and be like, I'm sorry, I can't remember your name. I can't remember if you told it to us yesterday, but I'm Viola. Or maybe that was this morning. Was that this morning or yesterday?
It was this morning.
That was today.
You are an absolute charmer.
Viola doesn't understand time.
I don't think
holds her
any of our
hand out.
characters do. We messed it up so
She-
many times.
Time is a construct. How many times must I say this?
Time is a warforged. She holds her hand. She holds her hands out to you. She doesn't seem to be upset at all. She says, "My name is Rosita, and if you need anything at all, just tell me."
Viola will shake her hand and just say, so you seem to be really close friends with Snow. I found out that today's his birthday, and his favorite dessert is this, and she'll explain what the instructions that Snow gave her. Is there any way you could make that happen? If not, I do have another friend who's also a novice who loves to cook, and so okay.
Oh, my dear, you said the magic words. Here's what's going to happen. How long are you guys here? Are you just here for dinner? Are you guys hanging out a little bit? Hang out a little bit.
Okay,
Okay.
I'll keep him here as long as I need to.
Have you ordered food?
I think so. I
Fantastic.
don't remember.
Food's on the way regardless. And if not, the bar lad's coming your way. We'll make sure food is there. I need, if you know favorite dessert, I need it. If you know favorite flavors, tell me now. What are we looking for?
She'll explain the instructions that Snow gave her that I don't remember what he said already.
Perfect. It's a delicacy. I know exactly what to do. Now, you go on back. I'll make sure the bar lad's there. He'll get your food. Stick around. You're not paying for a single thing. I'll be right back. And she scoots off into the kitchen.
So
Viola will head back and sit down.
since this is Beau's first time hearing about it being a birthday, can I make an insight check?
Sure.
Who are
Are
you
you-
inciting? Because Snow didn't say it.
Well,
Right,
Viola's
like, what are
mentioning
we-
it. Oh, I guess that's true. He didn't
Are you trying to
dispute
see
it.
Viola's lying?
Viola said it and asked what his favorite dessert is. So, I mean, he had to
And
talk
then
to
Snow just
Ben.
answered.
I don't know.
Okay. So today's your birthday, Snow.
Yes, I'm 30.
Okay, so now our insight check.
I know I
Insight
look
check.
great for my age.
Now I can
Unlike
inside
some.
check it. You are welcome to roll either persuasion or deception against his insight. Duel.
Viola still, well, no, never mind. Viola just believes
You guys
him.
are being immediately tended to. As soon as you sit down, there's the same bar lad with the beautiful coif comes by and he takes your orders. He'll tell you what's on the menu. He'll take your orders. He will immediately be on his way. Someone else comes by moments later, and already there are 4 beverages in front of you with cute little straw umbrellas on them, just hanging out right on the edge of the glasses. And he's goes back away as well. And you guys are left with your beverages. How'd you guys do on the roll?
So Beau got the highest to be a 12.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. It's his birthday! And he's 30? That's odd. You weren't expecting that.
To be honest, I don't remember what he said he was on the road.
That's fair. All the more
Neither
so.
do I.
26. No.
Maybe you suspect he
You
doesn't
said
look
23
like
at one
27?
point. You said 26 and other points, and now it's 30.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
23 at the gate, then it would have
I
been
think-
26
yeah.
on the road.
Y'all didn't hear the 23.
Yeah.
That was just
No,
to
I just have it in the notes.
Cumgall, actually.
You should go find Kumgal and ask him.
Be like, hey, it's my birthday. I just wanted you to know that.
Punch.
Because you were the first person I met here.
Somehow I hate you more. Yeah. Food's on the way. I didn't know if there was something you guys wanted to talk about. While you're
Viola
waiting.
will share about the things that she got. Oh, and she'll tell them about Ike A, the store that we need to visit.
Wait, why are we going to the store?
So Gary is one of the guys from the Artificer place. He's who actually helped me today and gave me the night vision goggles and this really cool. Did he say what it was called, or was it just
The
Bren that said?
mithril chainmail.
Okay, well I know what it is, but I couldn't remember if Gary said it to Viola or if you just said it to me, so I knew.
No, he would have said it to Viola. As well.
Okay, so he gave me the night vision goggles and this like mithril armor, so that way I don't have to wear all of my gold armor on the road, just in case it gets like dented or if for some reason another little fiend friend guy gets attached to it. So then that doesn't happen. But in order for him to give me both things, he said we had to do him a favor, which isn't even a favor. I'm always for supporting friends. But his family is starting a new business called Ike A, and they make like these little knickknacks and things that make it easier for you to make things that you wanted to make already. So
Well, that
we
name's
have to
never
stop
gonna
by
catch
there and
on.
visit. I don't know. I think it's pretty catchy.
I don't.
I feel like it would flow a little bit better if those vowels were like elided. IKEA.
Yeah, that could be.
That's ridiculous.
And they sell what at there?
Little like gadgets and things that make it easier to make things that you already wanted to make.
Have any of us heard of
Okay.
IK before?
Give me an intelligence history check.
Wait, so it just makes
We have been there.
You want
That's a
to
natural
do-
20.
Ste'yn loves
on this
IK.
very important.
IK.
I got a 22.
I mean, that beat me because I have a +0 to history.
It
but
didn't sound like they branched out yet if he's still hoping for them to get into the guardianship, but maybe I misunderstood.
No, you might not have. Are you guys also rolling? Is anyone else
Oh.
rolling? It's up to you. You don't have
Sure.
to. Yeah. It's open to anybody.
Wow. Last time was really Beau's time to shine. So what was this that he's rolling for?
Intelligence history.
So that's a 4.
Oh. Definitely not around while you've been, you're more of a road kind of person anyway. Sleep under the stars. You don't need city stuff. Viola, did you roll?
Viola's a Walmart girl. She doesn't go anywhere else.
Oh, I see. She's got
But
her
she's
brand.
always going to support her friends.
Just wait till you meet Tarjay.
My gosh.
No, Tarjay only exists in Ophidia. No, so
It's all the White Housewives go.
I'm like Hollister and Ralph Lauren. Yeah, there is one that you know of that's it's still here. It's not. So snow for sure. You've seen one. You travel about, and you've come across the main one that ever existed, which was up in Juventus. So it's not the fact that they are branching out. Like that'd be a big deal for them anyway. But they just don't have that same kind of power pack that Walmart has. As far as like discounted, but still like structurally sound items. And that's fine, they're whatever they do, they're doing their thing. But you're also more of like a road person. You're not really so much worried about like house stuff. It might have been like,
Yeah,
I saw a
he's
catalog
never looked
one
for
time.
furniture, so.
Yeah, you might have seen a catalog in the garbage at your house or something. Ste'yn, somehow you have also heard of the soul Ike A. And yeah, it's across the strait. It's over in Juventus. But you also know that they seem to be having it's sort of on the DL, but between Ike A and Walmart, they're on the outside, like there are these two, competing businesses. They don't even exactly sell the same things per se, in all areas, but they do overlap. Underneath, there's definitely some competition there. There's some pushing and shoving, but Walmart just has the upper hand because they're just better known. So, however you feel about them branching out, if you're a Walmart or an Ike A girl. Your parents probably liked Ike A stuff. Yeah, you probably had some of those preliminary items in your own home, even. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty
We had
good
a few of
too.
the flat pack furniture things in our house growing up. They're easy enough to assemble. The little wooden pegs like to break, though. That got frustrating.
I'll make sure to mention that to Gary.
I'm
Wait,
sure it's
who
been
is Gary?
been over
How
his
is he
house.
your
Fascinating.
friend?
I met him when I went, and the whole thing happened with Cynthia. I met him there, and Ziva said if I ever needed anything to either find her or find Gary. So
Are they just giving out magical items then?
well, they're letting
you
me
get us
borrow it.
some?
I'm taking it back.
Can we all
You'd
go?
have to ask for yourself. I don't know. I think they have like a specific checkout system. I have to take these back because Gary said he had to like write my name down for it. And since he was writing my name down, if I didn't bring him back, then it was his butt on the line. So,
Cool.
Wait, why
but they
was...
have lots of fun things.
Wait, who was not there today?
Ziva, remember the guard from Nora's house with the braid?
Yes, so she's
the one
off
with
for the
memory
day.
problems.
Yes, that one.
Snow.
Yeah.
Snow, I have an idea. Do you want to look like Ziva and get us some items?
If she's off for the day, it'd be really suspicious if she was suddenly there.
Nonsense. I'm sure she's a workaholic.
They didn't really seem too much like it to me.
Yeah, not really.
Well, just because it's suspicious doesn't mean it couldn't happen.
I mean, possible.
Ste'yn, how was the keep?
The keep was fine. I informed Goro of the entity we encountered, and he said he'll make sure that there's an eye kept on it, and that if there needs further banishment, it will happen.
Did you find out anything else on it?
No, not really. I got distracted. Sorry.
I see. Well, I didn't do very well finding out anything either.
I think it's something we have
About
to
what?
come back here and learn more about.
They do have a lot of books. Just, they have a lot of books. So, it was not easy getting through.
Oh,
What were you trying to research?
Snow doesn't know about the talking to the guy. You guys should probably tell him about that because I was enthralled listening. I'm sure Snow would love to hear what happened.
We questioned
Was there a
the
story?
leader of those crooks this morning. And it seems he gets possessed in and out by a fiend.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Yes, he was very interested in the rubies and the crown. Kept asking for us to bring him his crown.
And he seemed very unhappy that some of them were
Naturally.
broken.
He also
Makes
said we'd
sense.
see him again.
I would be too.
Yeah, he
Oh,
made it. He
that was
said he
nice
was
of him.
already here. He makes it
Yes.
sound like he just pops in and out of various people.
Well, obviously he was already here because you wouldn't have been able to speak to him otherwise.
I meant beyond
It's
the
very true.
cells.
Well, yeah.
we don't
I mean,
know.
if he's possessing someone, then
Why
would he be
does a
limited
fiend
by
have to
bars?
be in the environment for them to possess him?
I mean, did you see him?
No. I'm saying, but that doesn't
Then I
mean
would
the
guess
fiend
not.
is physically here.
I mean,
Stan,
he didn't say he
you
was physically.
Didn't you have something to see the little fiendy guy on my shoulder?
I was not prepared to encounter something not of this plane when we spoke with the guy.
Oh.
As such, I could not
So you always got to be
channel that
prepared for that.
grace.
Always prepare for fiends.
I try.
Write it down. Make a note.
In a brief break, the well-coiffed bar lad brings you your food, serves out each one, refills your drinks, and leaves.
Service is excellent tonight.
You're welcome.
Should be a birthday every night, Snow.
I agree. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Honestly, I should be celebrated every day.
Can't be your
What time
birthday
are we
every
heading out
day.
tomorrow?
I'd say we get an early jump on it. Rise with the sun.
Okay,
Sure.
so like what we've been doing almost every day.
Why wait?
Fair.
Nothing else to do here.
I agree. We should get out and head out early. Sooner we go, sooner we get back.
Snow, what were you up to this afternoon?
Not much. I was just playing my music, as I do. Pretty sure I got that tune down from yesterday. I don't know if you noticed, but I was terrible at it. But I have it down now, so.
Could you
Is
play
there
it for us?
anybody playing music in the bar right now?
There is someone playing up on one of the smaller stages. Yes, playing some lovely
Hopefully.
little tune. It's very whimsical tonight.
Oomst.
Snow, you should play for us. I bet you're better than this guy.
Nonsense.
Uh,
I need to play
you
that.
are.
Did you ask whomst?
Yes.
A nondescript human male who is very good at playing he kind of has like an almost vaudeville kind of act going where he's beating a drum with one hand and the other is like plucking at a harp, and it's strangely whimsical.
Nonsense. This is quite fun.
His other foot taps on a metal disc with a you can tell the bottom of his shoe has some kind of metal plate on it, so it makes a ching 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 as he's keeping.
Does his name happen to be Bert? Mary Poppins.
Ah,
The one-man
yeah,
band.
it is now. His name is Bert Poppins. It's all he ever wanted. I saw the movie.
I don't think he would have changed his last name.
I think he would. That man was down bad. Anyway. So yes, he is playing in a strangely whimsical way. Little like magic little birds are flying around him and they look two-dimensional. The whole situation. It's very nice. As you guys are enjoying this and contemplating Snow going up to play, Bert gets some kind of signal to stop playing, and thus he does. Which most people are still chittering and chattering and such, and then all the flames in the wild pike start to go a bit dim. The whole room gets dim, and then all the lights go out. Fire goes out. And you hear the music, you hear a little like drum rolling start. And then you see this small procession coming from behind the bar, exiting out of one of the doors. It's these little lamps that are being held up. In the firelight, you see the faces of a few of the bar lads and the barmaids coming out. And at the very end of this little procession, you see Rosita and Darian, who are both holding this very large plate. And on it is this glass bowl. And as they approach, you hear this clang of like brass. And then Bert starts singing, "Happy birthday to..." And it's this beautiful melodic, deep baritone. And he sings "Happy Birthday" as this procession reaches your table. Rosita takes the plate in her own hands, and she lowers it in the middle of your table, and it's inside of this little pastry, this pudding-like pastry with this thin, nice little crust on the bottom. There's a couple of candles, and there's 3 candles, and they're lit. And all the crowd in the bar starts joining in. But there's this awkward pause where they don't know the name because no one was prepared. And you
Viola's
hear
singing along, and she'll shout "Snow" really loud at that part.
you and Rosita and Darian and all the bard lads and maids know it, and it's loud enough to carry. And then they end with "Happy birthday to you." And there's this rousing applause that goes through the whole pike.
Wait, so is the pike have more people in it right now than earlier?
It's just us at all the other tables are
Everyone
empty.
left. No, it's been a steady flow. It's never been like an excessive amount that you were seeming to be concerned about. It's just, steady in and out of people today. Rosita gives you a kiss on the cheek, and then they applaud, and then they all wish you a very happy birthday and make their way out. The lights come back on, the fire comes back up, and Bert is now playing an even more chipper tune.
Happy birthday
This
again,
looks
Snow.
delicious.
Everybody deserves
Thank
to be
you.
celebrated on their birthday.
I'd say more often than that, but yes, agreed.
I mean, I don't know if there's enough time to be more often than that. There's a lot of people.
And there's a lot of things to do throughout the day. We have kept quite busy ourselves. It seems like we're fitting
Too
more than one
busy.
day into one day.
That we forget the days.
True, there is a lot that goes on here, which is the only reason I'm still here. Otherwise, would have gotten very bored. And now there's a fiend. That's so exciting.
And dangerous.
Eh,
I mean, nothing we can't handle, but it's a little bit of a...
It kind of technically is something we can't handle because we couldn't get the one off of my armor.
She has a point. Also, I think it depends on the kind of fiend, or at least the strength of the fiend.
There's different kinds and strengths.
Well, there's more than one fiend, just like humans. Like, you're definitely stronger than Rosita.
Well, we don't know that for sure. She could just be hiding all of her muscle. I've never challenged her to an arm wrestling competition or anything.
you should. That'd be so much fun.
If Viola sees her, she'll wave her over. If
Is
she doesn't
Rosita
look
still
like she's
around?
busy, if she's still running drinks around, then Viola doesn't want to bug her.
She looks like she's pretty occupied in her bar.
She's busy today, but maybe another day. So, Beau, you seem to know the most about this assignment we're getting ready to go on. Like,
I mean, I know nothing
honestly
about
even
the
had a
mail
hard-
carrying.
well, I had a hard time, but you know, a thing about that girl that you were telling us about, and I have a hard time even remembering the name of the town we're going to. So, could you just like refresh my brain on what exactly we're doing, just so we can be prepared?
So the thing I need to do is just drop off what I got from that carriage at a drop-off point for Helena. Beyond that, the actual mission that we ended up with, I know about as much as you do.
Yeah, what are we doing again?
Investigating shipments going missing?
There have been a lot of delays and issues with the shipments, whether delayed or not arriving at all, or things missing. There's something going on with that we're supposed to investigate.
Do we know where the shipments are? Like, are the shipments coming from Hazelford?
Somewhere along that route, I think.
Yeah,
That's sort of what
odds
was
are it's a
described.
combination of shipments going out of Hazelford, or like if there was a way over spot from Drenfeld heading south.
Have any of you guys ever been to Hazelford before?
We've all been
Yeah,
there.
all of us.
That's where we all met.
We have. I didn't
We
realize
met
that.
there.
Cassie
I think
didn't
Viola's
realize
tired.
that.
and
Viola
needs to
would
go to
know
bed.
that.
It's
Oops.
been a long day.
I will say, is there something specific you guys wanted to discuss or at dinner? I know one person wanted to do something specific, and so I think that happened. But I just wanted to make sure we had enjoyed our dinner and had, if there was something specific we wanted to discuss. Otherwise, we can, in all this excitement about Hazelford, get ourselves over there.
Mhm. Yeah, that sounds good.
But don't let me cut you
road.
off. Okay.
Can we
You
do
guys
a quick
have
break too at some point in time.
Yes, we'll do it right now. You guys have a fantastic dinner and dessert. This is like an enormous. This is not a just for one person dessert. You guys can split it amongst yourselves. It's delicious. It's fantastic. You get many, many adoring happy birthdays on your way out. As you make your way up back to the barracks to get ready for rest.
Well, I was gonna say, Beau has never been
Mhm.
more inspired to not sleep in the barracks after dealing with Redhead Man. So, did he end up finding a rooftop that is acceptable for what I messaged you before?
Give me a quick, I don't know, survival check?
Survival? Okay.
Is that wisdom survival?
Yeah.
It's an 8.
Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know. They just don't seem great. It's not. They don't look like, even if you were to rest, like you'd get a good rest on any of these rooftops.
Oh, wait, how
around
thick
here.
is the wall? It just occurred to me.
What wall?
The wall around the city. Remember how there's gates?
I guess it's. I mean, it's enough that you could get that rope over and it held you up and got you over. Did you want to try to balance on the wall?
I mean, just lie on the... I mean, I imagine it's at least thick enough that you can lie across.
Yeah. You can go to the wall and take a nap.
All
or
right,
take a rest. Or take a sleep.
that's what he's gonna do.
Take a sleep.
All right. Beau is sleeping on the wall. Snow, are you going to actual bed?
What's Ste'yn doing?
Ste'yn's going back to the graveyard.
Ste'yn's going to a graveyard.
Snow follows her.
Okay. Viola, are you going to actual bed?
Viola's
Lear's
going
so
to her
unhappy.
bed like a normal person.
Lear's so unhappy. When she sees Viola come in and not Ste'yn, she gives Viola a look like, did we lose her again?
Viola, I can't remember. I don't think Ste'yn's mentioned where she's been sleeping, but when they go to go their separate ways after dinner and Viola sees that Ste'yn's not going into the barracks, she'll say Ste'yn, where are you going? Where are you sleeping?
I'm going to sleep amongst the dead.
Ew. Okay. I'll
Be
let
peaceful,
Lear.
they're quiet.
I mean,
great for
you're not
conversation.
wrong. That just doesn't. Okay. You do you. I'll see you. I'll see you in the morning.
Tell Leah good night.
I will do that. But Viola will reiterate to Lear that Ste'yn is sleeping among the dead.
Surprisingly, you get a nod, like, okay, that makes sense. And then she gets ready for bed. As you guys settle into the evening and rest, Ste'yn, can you please give me another Constitution saving throw, please?
Okay, let's see. We're trying a different dice this time. Hey, that's more like it. That's a dirty 20.
Okay. Your heart had been racing all day, and then you had sugar right before dinner, and you're just like, there's no way I'm gonna get to sleep. And just as you are settling to prepare to close your eyes, maybe it's because you're out amongst the dead that you feel comforted again, and you feel calm again, and your heart calms down, and you're not on a huge caffeine rush any longer. And you are able to sleep without more exhaustion that I had definitely planned to give you.
Goodness.
And with that, we will take a quick 5-minute break before we get y'all out to Hazelford. Finally!
We're doing pretty good.
Hey, we made it back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you for taking that short break with us and coming back after that short break with us. So we are continuing into the night. And before we go over to the next day, though, after that wonderful birthday celebration, Beau, you wanted to do something before bed.
Yes, I forgot that he had a book that he was meaning to read. So.
Oh, that's what I was supposed to be prepping on the break.
I remember you, because at first when you said that he got it, I just thought she gave him like a signed piece of paper, and I was like, cool.
No.
I didn't realize it was a book. So then I was like, I'm gonna have him read it. And...
You know what I did though? I definitely had that as part of notes. Not in my permanent notes. It was definitely my temp notes. So let me go back real quick and just find those notes. Because there's a thing. So I mean it's a big old tome. I mean it's no Bible, but it's
We like
thick
tomes.
boy. We do like tomes here.
Oh, yeah.
If you know, you know. So if you want to start reading through it, you can either skim it or you can kind of get into the details.
He'll go into the details.
Okay. Then give me a moment, please. Sorry, I definitely should have had that. Where did I put that? When did you first get that book?
He got it that day. It was it was
Everything that has ever happened today.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
it
I
was this
mean,
morning.
out of game session wise, I'm looking for this book.
Session. It would have been right after the fight. It was then the fight episode. So that was 15. Yeah. So
Okay.
16. Episode 16. He got it. Book.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Please don't tell me I deleted those notes. Please don't tell me I deleted the notes. That would make me so sad. Sorry, guys. Marriage, comms command. Here. Golly. Okay. I'm gonna check one more place and hope I didn't do a dumb. Not there. Books, things, stuff. Okay. Dang it. That's okay. This is where we go. So if you're gonna go into the nitty gritty details, you just start reading through it. Like if you're not in a rush or anything, because you have it for now. You
sound so optimistic he's gonna give it back.
She's certainly thinking about it. I mean, she's not thinking about it. She's assuming she's gonna get it back. And if you're not gonna give it back, then you definitely have all the time in the world. So you did I put it here? Maybe I put it here. Book? Dang it. It's fine. So if you're gonna take the time to read the book, you start going through the early chapters. It is a lot. It's like there's a first chapter that's an introduction to the man himself, right? This is the Erdan biography, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it gives like a great introduction that is just absolutely glowing about this man, this elf, and the things that he's accomplished. And it's a lot of comparison back and forth of his home life and then his work life, and just how he masterfully could transfer this knowledge to his own children and the great things that they can set out to do. The early chapters, which if you're gonna sit there reading and you still want to get a long rest, you probably only get through a couple. depending on how fast a reader I guess he is. These early chapters are talking a lot about just the type of father he was. You know, it seems to be shining of like stern but loving, passing on all types of knowledge to his children. He was also just loving to his wife. Give me an intelligence check, please.
All right. Okay, this is actually decent. So that's
good.
16.
Okay. You note that it does list, like, not stark bulleted list, but there's paragraphs that are discussing the various, it goes like personality of one of his children or his wife, and then talks about how that personality so obviously led towards the accomplishments that they later went on to achieve. And it is 16, huh? Okay.
Unless it was just a raw intelligence, not like an investigation intelligence.
Yeah, I'll give you investigation. You want to add to that?
That'd be an 18 or...
Oh, he has psionic dice for that.
That'd be an 18 or a 23.
Okay. No, that's fine. You don't need the die. You note starkly that it mentions his children and his wife, but as you're reading, there's just something about that chapter that feels like it has a bit of an abrupt ending, before it moves right back into the man and his accomplishments, or Don Leodon and his accomplishments. And that sticks with you, because there's a noteworthiness as to where that stark ending of the chapter, or like why there was a stark ending of the chapter. It felt abrupt. It mentions the children, it mentions his wife, mentions him, but the chapter just feels like it's a stark ending. And I'll message you an additional bit of information.
All right.
That's probably about all you could get through in the first reading if you want time to actually sleep.
Yeah. He does want to sleep, so.
I imagine so. Okay. So you guys rest in your various places. Snow, are you of course you're comfortable sleeping outside. You're fine with that. You camp out a lot. Are you guys meeting up somewhere? You guys set to meet somewhere and then head out?
I'm assuming they'd meet for breakfast.
Right. Yep.
Because
So
I
meet
was
for
going to use that
breakfast.
time to actually collect the safe and all that stuff, because they weren't being carried on around him at all times since it was a safe.
Fair.
Would Viola know if there's a way to like send her note through the mail? Like, is there an outgoing mail thing in our like barracks area or something for her to just like pop the note now that it's been signed into the mail for Storkum?
Yes. There's something like that. It's like, yeah, outbox,
Deposit
out
box
messages.
by all the mail.
Deposit.
By all
Yeah,
the mail.
and it looks, it's just like it looks similar to the other mailboxes. It's darker, and the moment you go to open it, it opens. There's nothing inside of it. So if you put your mailing in it, and go ahead and close it. If you were to open it again, it would be empty.
He ate your mail. It's actually a shredder.
Cyber Gators. Viola didn't read the sign right.
Viola's just a little bit anxious now that she doesn't know where it's at anymore and she doesn't have a copy. Viola also is not in her armor. She switched over and is in like her normal clothes that she wears underneath. And she is gonna leave her armor on top of her bed, and she's gonna talk to Lear before she leaves and ask Lear to keep an eye on her armor and to please like not let anybody touch it or anything.
Are you gonna like set it up underneath the sheet so it looks like someone's lying in the bed and people are just thinking you put like a pumpkin up on top of it?
We get back and there's just a rotten pumpkin in Viola's bed.
Oh, it'd be so gross.
Oh man.
Heck. She swears on her life that she will guard that armor for you. Yeah, she'll make sure it's safe. So you guys, as per protocol, will say, you check in with the people who who have given you your assignment, whether that's Bria or the Peace Watch themselves, maybe Canyon, who's definitely working. You get the supplies that you were that seem reasonable. So potion for everyone, enough rations to get you through your travels, and 2 additional rolls, curls, whatever they're called, of 50 feet of hempen rope as every adventurer needs.
Does Lear send us off with any more bacon?
I don't even need to roll for that.
Bacon.
If you told her where you're going, absolutely. You get 2 bacon roses each.
Yes. So
2
much
bacon
pocket
roses
bacon.
each. You have plenty
I'm
of
adding
pocket
it to my
bacon.
inventory.
Do it. Do it now.
I'm calling it pocket bacon.
New item. I'm gonna homebrew an item, pocket bacon. I'm gonna write all the stats. It's almost like healing. Yeah.
Out of a
guys-
good berry, it's good bacon.
I mean, for people
Good
that
bacon!
for people that have the chef feet, their food does kill you like that. So
Yes, that's true. And
True.
she assuredly has something like that because she's good at what she does. So you guys get a horse prepared, a carriage. It's probably the most comfortable and like most assured you've been since you've been in this place. And when you're ready, you make your way out to the town of Hazelford. And that's where we'll end. No, I'm kidding. Too early, too soon.
I thought
too
you were
soon,
serious for a
too
second.
soon. It's only 8:30. Too soon. No.
We would have rioted.
Yeah.
I couldn't have blamed you either. Couldn't even have blamed you. No, you guys make your way out.
the Viola
It's-
already befriend our horse.
Viola would pet the horse before they get going. It's a
I
standard.
assume she's the driver for us.
What are we gonna call
Oh,
this
yeah.
one?
What? Just let us. What's the horse look like?
Give us the
this
deets.
horse, this one is it's not the same kind of sturdy as the one you had on your way to the rally district, but still a beautiful horse, a beautiful blonde mane and hair. It gleams. There's a few imperfections, but nobody's perfect. And it really seems to.
Male or female?
This one is this one's a male horse, we'll say. This one's a male horse. And a beautiful one at that. And it seems like he takes direction well enough.
What about Pistachio?
He does remind me of my old horse named Chestnut.
Odd. Chestnut.
Well, they can't have the same name.
Okay, well then Pistachio.
Pistachio. I mean, it is another nut.
I think you two are nuts.
We have to find joy in the little things.
And Pistachio
Yeah.
leads you out. Give me an animal handling check, please, Viola.
Oh, 7.
Sorry, did they also give us a map?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
You are flush with maps. You don't need to
Yes.
steal anymore.
So I'm adding. I'm just gonna call it a world map.
It's like a dish, like it's more like a region You'd have like
Okay,
a region
region
map. You don't need
map.
one of the whole dang world.
Yeah, well, I
But
didn't.
like the proper path, like the main roads to follow to get to Hazelford. And it's pretty direct. It's pretty much straight shot north. The road that it wants you to take will probably guide you. It kind of swings around near enough to the river as you're coming up and around. So it's like good solid landmarks to follow. But that being said, as you guys make your way out, please, to follow this map, give me a survival check. Whoever is, I guess that would be Viola who's leading you, unless someone wants to assist her.
Beau assist.
Okay?
So does that just mean she gets advantage, or do I have to roll 2?
If you're both looking over the map, I'll say you can give her advantage on the roll, because she's
Okay,
still
cool.
got to follow your directions.
I got a nat 20 on the second roll. I got a 19 on the first
Hey.
one. I got a nat 20 on the
Nice.
second one.
Beautiful.
Heck yeah.
They gave you this map is really good to follow. These landmarks are perfect. It's a beautiful sunny day as you guys are setting out. It's just such a perfect storm of good things, and you guys make your way out. You know it'll take you about 2.5 days to just like get to the city or to the town itself. But your first day is nice, easy breezy day. Did you want to do anything in particular as you are traveling on day 1, or you find a good camp out spot towards the end of the day as the sun's setting, and you guys want to make camp for night 1?
We didn't see anything like of interest on the road, like no interesting landmarks or anything like that.
I mean, if you're unfamiliar with this region, I mean, you'd come across, you'd probably see the river in the distance.
We've
It's
all
kind
traveled it.
Well, yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Just gleaming. You pass by some thickets of trees. They have some pretty flowers. The not evergreen trees are starting to get those, they're hinting at soon getting those beautiful color changes, but nothing otherwise noteworthy.
Then I guess we would at least set up camp.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. You guys set up camp. Are you guys taking turns keeping watch? Are you guys just sleeping? All right.
Now we should keep watch.
We should keep watch.
Yeah, we
We'll
should
set up
probably-
Are
everything.
you sure you want to keep watch?
Yes.
Okay. Who's on first shift?
Well, before the shifts start, can Beau go
Okay.
out for a hunt?
Sure.
Cool.
You're gonna go out hunting even though you were given a plethora of rations to enjoy.
Yes.
The
Cool.
bacon?
And the bacon. You're gonna disrespect her bacon.
He might just say he's going to go out for a walk instead of saying hunt specifically, but his intention is to go out for a hunt.
I was gonna say, if he said he was going out for a hunt, Viola would probably ask about tagging along because she really wanted to go hunting with him when we were on our
That
first
is true.
assignment.
Do you tell them it's a hunt?
Mm,
Up to you. It's not,
I mean, I suppose, like, initially he'll probably just say that that's what he's going to do.
Okay.
So Viola would ask, "Hey, Beau, if you're going on a hunt, can I come with you? We never got the chance before." And
Well, don't you need to do some things to set up camp? Maybe?
I mean, if you don't want me to go, I don't have to. I can stay here. It's okay.
He's very
I
much
don't
at
think you want
impasse.
me to come.
Take a hint.
It's okay, Beau. Maybe another time.
How
And
about
she looks-
tomorrow?
Okay, I'm gonna hold you to it. You pinky swear.
Yes.
Viola grabs his pinky.
You resist the pinky.
He'll do it, but he's not very happy about it.
She does the full 1, 2. All right. So, Beau, as you head out to go on your hunt, give me a wisdom survival check.
Alright. Oh my gosh. It's a 4 or it's a 6 or a 12 because I got a 6 on my psionic.
Okay. Yeah, mark off your psionic die. And you come back with, it's not much, but you find, let's say you find like some rabbits that they're not super plump, but they've got some meat on them. You find a couple of rabbits to bring back.
Oh, he wasn't gonna bring anything back. He was just gonna say.
Just kidding. You found some rabbits.
Okay, cool. He's just trying to keep his blood supply fresh.
Gotcha. That sounds so fantastic. I love everything about those words.
As
Keep 'em
fresh
up,
as they
blood
can be.
Just keeping my blood supply fresh. You know how it is.
As one
Okay.
does.
All right. You could definitely get fresh. Not as exhilarating blood, but it'll do in a pinch.
Sweet.
While
All right.
he is gone, Snow's going to look to Viola. Viola, I have a very important question for you.
What's that?
How do you keep your hair out of your face during combat?
Her hair's in a braid. I mean, my hair's braided, so it just kind of stays back there. It doesn't really bug me.
Could you do mine?
I most certainly can. My mother taught me, and she'll like usher you over to a spot for you to sit down, and she'll stand behind you. And she'll ask you, do you want just a normal 3-stranded braid? I could do like a little fishtail where you go like one and then the other, and it's only using like 2 strands from each side. I could do a 4-strand, and she'll like go through all the list of the different fun things that she can do for braiding.
Make it the funnest possible.
So she'll probably do like a couple little 3-strand braids and then like a fishtail going down the middle and incorporate them and like make it nice and fancy. And then I don't know what exists to hold braids together in this world, but whatever it is,
A little
she
bit of
has
string to
them,
tie it off.
Yeah.
and
Some twine.
she'll
Yeah.
tie it together for you. And she might even say, like, if you want to make some flowers with your staff, I'd be happy to stick some little flowers in your braid for you too.
Sure, it's night. I'll get the charges back anyway. So
These are
You'll,
facts.
That's how I feel about his psionic dice, to be
Yo.
honest.
Mhm.
Exactly.
I almost want to be
Like,
like, no,
you're gonna get all
one
this
for the
back
whole
soon.
trip. But I won't. I'll be nice. I guess.
Yeah, he'll give you 5. Specifically, as for the type of flower, there's a little blue and white flower called Glory of the Snow, and that's what he's going to grab.
Aw. She'll tuck them into the braid and like make sure to braid the stems in, so then hopefully they'll stay.
All right. And you look phenomenal as you head into the evening. I hear it's good to braid your hair before bed. Like keeps it from like, pulling into the pillow and all that. And I hear it's a good sign. So little did you know.
Snow undoes the braid in the morning and he's got like an afro of poofy hair.
It just crimped as
It
braids
is
will
far
do.
too long to do that. It's past his shoulders now.
All right. I was saying you were still muted in case you.
I was
were
just
saying-
making a silly comment. We're good.
Excellent. Ste'yn, did you want to do anything before bed?
No.
Excellent. Okay.
Okay,
So
take
you
off
guys
our
start-
action.
Yeah, you guys settle into bed. Who's on first shift?
Viola will volunteer to do first shift.
It makes sense. It's still the lightest out before it becomes like pitch black midnight.
Well, she has those goggles now, so
That is true. That is true. Okay. Let's say Viola, give me Give me either an intelligence nature or a wisdom survival check, please.
Yeah, they're the same.
Okay.
21.
All right. You're by yourself, you and the fire. You're kind of just admiring the scene, the nature. You guys definitely have yourself in a nice cozy spot. You have plenty of vantage points to see anyone coming and going. You take a moment and you just kind of lean back and you're looking up at the sky. And you realize the clouds it kind of seems like clouds have rolled in. And if they did, it would have happened pretty suddenly, as it definitely seemed like it was a really beautiful day. Not even that like light blue hazy sky. It was a just beautiful cloudless day. So these clouds seem to have rolled in. And the sky just, as the time goes by on your shift, the sky just feels really like it feels darker than you expected it. Yeah. You like it's so dark like you can't make out the stars even so much anymore. It's gotten cloudy overnight. What did you notice on your shift?
Okay, I don't think she would have like freaked out about it, or like she's probably just thinking like it might rain, and so she might like, if they have something to try and like shield them from the rain, she might try to like set something up to help keep them dry in case
My
it
dry
rains.
clean onlys.
Oh no. Yeah, you'll get your, whatever tarp to form a proper tent if you guys were otherwise sleeping out under the stars. But the rest of the night goes pretty uneventfully. If you mention it to the others, you guys would look up and notice it too.
Yeah, she would mention it to whoever was next.
Okay. The morning, the dawn breaks.
Oh, who's next on watch?
No.
Well, obviously nothing happened.
Oh,
during the
okay.
night,
It's just
so-
uneventful.
Yeah, no, nobody jumped out and attacked you or anything. It's just dark tonight. So. Sky's rolling in, or the clouds rolling in.
Well, when
Unless you
Beau
wanna go,
did do his watch, he practiced the mage armor.
Did he use up his scroll?
No, he just practiced reading, like, going through it and then doing what was on there.
Gotcha. He did a dry run of the mage armor. Perfect. I think you'd only need like 3 shifts. So if there's something specific, otherwise, dawn breaks. But it's because of those clouds that seem to have rolled in. It's not the same kind of excitement of sun and an open sky as it was on day 1. On day 2, it feels like it's, the clouds feel like heavy, like as if they're bringing an impending storm, but not quite. Like it's not so much threatening rain as it just feels like they're there and kind of caged up the sun. So it's kind of difficult as you're traveling to kind of tell the time passing. But we'll see how well you do traveling. Who is controlling the horse? Is it still you, Viola?
Viola would plan on doing it unless someone else said that they wanted to.
Okay, give me an animal
I was
handling
also
check.
wondering,
Mhm.
do we notice any similarities between those clouds and like the mist from before with the skin chickens?
You can give me an Arcana check.
Okay, the animal handling was a 6.
Wow, you and
We're moving a little
Pistachio
slower
are not
today.
getting along.
She's better with girl horses.
The Arcana check was a 5.
Okay.
Mine's a dirty 20.
Okay.
Oh,
Viola, you don't notice. I mean, for you, it's just like, oh well, we had a nice day on day 1, but I'm sure it'll be nicer once we get to the town. A dirty 20. It's not the same. Like it's not as dark as the mist was. The mist was like notably like blackish in hue. This feels pretty gray, but it does feel kind of grim. It's just the day just turned so quickly. But maybe gives you a little like, ugh, like a little chill, a little spook. You're moving a little slower today. Pistachio's not feeling it either. I don't know. He's not having it. But give me a wisdom survival, Viola. And if Beau is helping again, you may roll with advantage.
Yeah, I'll...
That's a dirty 20.
Beautiful. So despite Pistachio fighting, and maybe it just takes you a little bit longer to reach kind of a solid place where you might have mapped out a base camp, you still get there. No harm. You come across some people on the road. They don't seem to pay you much attention. They're otherwise just minding their own business. And you reach a solid place for camp for night 2. And you know that by midday tomorrow, Hazelford awaits. Night 2. We doing anything special? Another hunt?
I guess hunting.
Sure.
Since
Give
there
me a
was...
survival check.
Viola, I'm guessing from like being on the map, knows how close they are, so she would mention that and suggest like figuring out a plan for when they get there.
Okay.
Hmm.
Got a plan.
Well, I said we can do the quickest things first. I can drop off the stuff where it needs to go, and we can go to Ike A. Ugh. And then get to the actual job.
Yeah, and we could ask those two. I forget her name. It starts with an H. Man, me and H names.
Are you talking about Helena?
Yes. We could ask her, and we could ask the people at Gary's family shop if they've heard anything, maybe. But like other than that, where do we go to start figuring out about missing shipments? Is there like a
Well, maybe we'll luck
service
out and it would just be pretty obvious.
Well, if it was obvious, I think they would have found the missing things by now. They wouldn't be missing if it was obvious where they were.
And then it could be an obvious issue with the town. Maybe
Oh.
it's been overrun with bandits.
I think we asked some different store owners how their supplies have been coming in and going out. We can find if there are any suppliers, if they have been sending things down towards guardianship, if they've been struggling with issues with that. Just probably ask around a lot. Figure out where a missing point is or what a weak link might be.
Sounds like a pretty solid plan.
It'll work itself out.
That's the attitude. All right. So you guys have made camp. Beau, if you want to go hunting, give me that survival check.
Is Viola still wanting to go with them despite the weather?
Oh, yeah. It
Viola
is
wants
looking
to
pretty
go.
gloomy. Okay.
Teach me everything you know, Beau.
Well, how... You don't have your armor anymore, right?
Well, I have the armor underneath this.
No, I mean
mithril.
your loud armor.
Correct.
Okay, so first rule is to be quiet. All right. And then you just kind of got to keep an eye and ear open, see if anything comes by or that you hear something. And then once you do, you just make sure you get a good angle on it. And then you throw something and kill it.
What should I throw? Like, shouldn't I just
Or
use
shoot.
I was gonna say, shouldn't I just use my bow?
He throws things, so that's how.
That's true.
Just
I don't
takes her
think it would
arrow,
work very
like, do I
well if I
just-
threw my sword.
Do it.
Yes.
Any weapon can be a thrown weapon if you're determined enough.
Not wrong. Viola will heed all of his words and like start creeping around looking for animals with her bow out.
Both of you, please give me a dexterity stealth check, please.
Wow. I got a 1. You got a 1 too?
Beautiful.
This needed to happen.
Perfect.
We're gonna get mauled by a bear.
You finish off your story, you finish off your explanation, just be quiet, take what you got and throw it. You both turn to start going, trip, face on the ground. Strong start.
Nose clapping behind them.
Is that what
So-
you
Good job,
intended to do?
everyone.
Viola stands up and brushes her pants off and just does a very deep bow.
Beau is just gonna lie there face down for like a solid minute.
Viola will
think he
turn and
died.
like, oh.
Before you pick yourself back up by the bootstraps and try again.
I'm sure
Give
try
me-
2 will be even better, and he will give him inspiration to both of them.
We'll have you both just do a standard. I shouldn't say standard, but give me both a wisdom survival for the entire affair, and we'll see how y'all do. You have inspiration from your bod.
What is
Okay.
that inspiration?
A
Is
D6.
it a... Okay, that's what I thought.
Bardic is a d6 for now. Does it go up later?
Yeah.
Ah.
Next
said
level
survival.
up is the first boost.
I hope you live. What?
I hope we
All
level
right.
up.
So he got an 8. Oh, and he got a 10, and then I went up to a 14 using the bardic inspiration, and then it could go up to an 18 with his psionic dice.
Well,
Viola got a
scratch the die off.
17.
Just for fun.
Okay. Well, he's mainly
Okay.
trying to get higher than Viola, so it works out.
Yes, if that was your DC was higher than Viola, perfect. You got it.
That was his
Just
personal
perfect.
DC.
Your personal DC is now my DC. Yeah, so she's doing surprisingly well for you having to explain to her, hey, the first step is don't make noise. But you do still get that little bit of satisfaction where you are still just like you're like kill sniping, like you're getting it before she does, and then like you let her have one, but you get the big fat juicy animals like that are running around. So you are displaying excellent tutor to student skill here. Congratulations.
And now you get to carry it back.
I can manage that.
A sack full of dead rabbits and a badger.
As they walk off, Snow turns to Ste'yn and it says, "It's always good to see the kids bonding, don't you think?"
It's just precious. Absolutely darling.
You know, I wasn't sure if Beau was going to get up or not. I towards the end, I was beginning to wonder if there was actually something wrong.
I was ready to dig a grave. I mean, we can always do an impromptu burial.
All right.
Too much.
Just, you know, I would hope you would try to save us before digging our graves.
Oh, of course. Of course.
Okay, yeah, no, I feel really reassured.
Insight check.
Insight check.
Her main possession is a shovel in her backpack. It's like one of those military ones that you fold out.
The one that's also like can get stumps out of the ground.
Yeah.
He gets a little more serious and I'll just say, I've had to bury enough traveling companions. I'd like to try and save you first if I can.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Have you
Of
had
course.
many traveling companions?
Been a member of a few different parties here and there. None quite so interesting as this one. They're
Very
mostly,
well chosen word.
yes. This one's much more just interesting. I don't know a better word for it. One of the ones who are more focused on essentially trying to hunt midnight beasts, hunt monsters.
Interesting.
I'm an
You
interesting
didn't
person.
strike me as a typical member of a team. You seem more of a loner.
You can only get so far by yourself.
I got pretty far.
And yet you've never taken a life.
No, I don't need to.
I pray you're never in a situation where you need to.
There's always another way.
Is that?
I think so.
I hope you're able to prove that.
Well, I suppose that's why I'm here.
And through a lovely conversation that is broken up by excited Viola stomping back after they've already gotten their kills, so they don't need to be quiet anymore. So you guys get back with your. Did you bring these back?
Well, yeah, because Viola would have brought them back.
Right, you made her carry it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I mean, he didn't do anything with blood with them since Viola was there, so it wouldn't be
Right.
so weird if he brought back
She's
already
not-
drained animals.
Don't ask questions. All right, so you guys have these animals. I suppose if you wanted to eat them, you've got food prepared. I should ask, is there anything else anyone would like to do tonight before you begin your shift?
The only thing I'll mention is that Viola gets out her journal every single night. But other than that, she'll offer to go first again.
I mean, Ste'yn had fun with this last time they were hanging out together, so she's going to suggest casting Zone of Truth again for some more questions and answers.
Can you not cast it? We could do the game, but can you not cast that?
Is she announcing that she's casting
Yeah.
it?
Oh.
Yeah, she's presenting it.
Way
She's
too
presenting
honest.
it as an idea.
Why is that, Beau?
What do you mean?
He has a lot to hide, obviously.
Well, no, it's just a personal preference.
Will you be truthful?
Yes.
Insight check.
Yes, we're going to insight check that.
The thing is,
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have.
I try to
shouldn't have
figure out
jumped in.
myself how much he's planning on being truthful or not.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
But I will
Don't let me
have
take
him-
that from you. Bad girl.
That is
Stop.
a 23 on insight.
Okay, you can roll persuasion or deception, whichever one is truthful to you, I suppose.
Viola got a
Alright.
6, so
that would
she's
be
gonna believe him no matter
a-
what.
25.
Boo.
Oh,
This always happens.
It's because the psionic die that time.
yeah, he'll be truthful, sure.
All right. Just think if we're going to be spending this much time together, it's probably best to know each other a little bit more than we do.
Yeah, who the heck are you people?
Who the heck are you?
Well-
You know me.
Do we want to draw cards like last time or roll dice?
We
Ooh,
could just
dice
go
are
around in
fun.
a circle.
What did Snow say? Sorry, I didn't hear it.
Snow just said dice are fun. He
Well-
wasn't asking for anything. He just wanted to say that they're fun.
I did get some dice, so it is an option. But if we want to go in a circle, we can go in a circle.
I'm okay with whatever.
Yes,
If you want to
glad.
use your dice, you can get your dice out.
Ste'yn.
Why don't you get your dice out? You seem eager to use them.
All right, so he passes everyone a d6.
Of which he has a plethora.
Yes, 12 total, but he only needs 4 right now. Ooh, I got a 6.
And a 4.
I also got a 4.
What did Snow get?
3.
So maybe you both roll another one and add it to your 4. See which one of the two of you would go before the other.
Or
I
just
don't know.
re-roll it, yeah.
Oh, it's a 6 on a
Yeah.
second roll.
I got a 3, so.
Okay. Sounds like we have an order.
So Beau, Ste'yn, Viola, Snow.
Mhm.
And this is not Hyrule. I keep wanting to say Hyrule Roulette, but that's not it.
No, that
It's
one's
Highland.
Highland.
Highland
Highland
Roulette. I wasn't ready for this.
Truth or dare. If you choose dare and you fail to complete the dare, then the challenger gets to ask 2 questions instead.
I remember the rules. I just wasn't ready for
It's
this.
just clarifying. I'm oftentimes forgetful, so I was just reminding everybody.
Viola, truth or dare?
Dare. Don't dare me to buy anything. My coin's running low.
I dare you to play a song using one of Snow's instruments.
Okay.
Assuming
As
Snow
long
is
as
okay
Snow's
with this.
okay with that.
Snow
I thought it was
will
regardless.
take off his pan flute. He's not giving you his viol. That costs too much. He uses prestidigitation to clean it and then hands it to you.
The
Thank
disinfectant
you.
spell.
I will be careful with
Exactly.
it. And Viola will try to play a little tune. I mean, do you want me to whistle something? I can whistle 3 different ways, actually.
Roll a
But can Viola?
performance. Roll a performance check. He didn't say it had to be good. He just said you had to play the song. Do you have a song in particular you want her to play?
He does not have a song in particular, but he doesn't want it to be ear-bleedingly bad.
She would be trying to. Hey, you didn't specify that before the dare. You just said play a song. So she's trying to go for Mary Had a Little Lamb. That is an 8.
Yes.
After rolling a 10.
I forgot it was a charisma.
Yep.
That was even better choice than I thought.
Yeah. You have a perfectly fundamental knowledge of sounds and what they sound like. You are able to complete the very basic nursery rhyme from maybe one you find familiar from when you were growing up, and it's not phenomenal, but it happens. It is the correct notes.
So wait, so then do I get to ask him a question back?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
for
that's what I
completing the
thought.
dare.
I forgot that part of the rules. Beau. Oh, and Viola will like use her sleeve to kind of like wipe off the top of the pan flute and then hand it back to Snow and say thank you.
I can just, yeah.
I would have felt bad if I didn't try, okay?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Beau. Beau, what's your last name?
Evanwood.
Beau Evanwood. I like it. So now it's Ste'yn's turn?
Yeah. She will turn to just turn to Viola. Truth or dare?
This is the time to grow Viola. We don't know enough about her.
You're popular
Go for
tonight.
another dare.
I dare you to walk 10 yards on your hands. Like handstand.
She'll try. Is that acrobatics or athletics?
That I would say is a dexterity acrobatics. And it's a good thing you have this other armor on, because I totally would have given you disadvantage if you were wearing your blade armor.
She just completely like lopsided. See if she starts.
Like, careful. Don't gotta be pretty, just gotta do it.
That is a dirty 20.
Oh my goodness.
She discovered a new skill.
Right? What? How does you don't have to say how she knows how to do this, but how does it look as Viola begins doing her handstands?
It doesn't. She gets into the handstand easy enough. The walking part, she kind of fishtails every now and then. But she makes it there. And then when she goes to get off, she'll like kind of just like topple forward and like do a little somersault and then like land on her butt and turn around and get up, and she'll bow again.
Nice.
Who knew I was such a
Full of hidden
performer?
talents.
She'll walk back over and sit back down. Ste'yn. Who knew I was going to be asking so many questions?
I'm like the pretty girl at the dance.
Prettiest girl at the party.
Then she's like, oh wait, this is just my life.
I woke up like this.
Maybe she's born with it.
Ste'yn, what do you think you would be doing if you weren't following Atala?
How could she not?
I cannot fathom a life where I
isn't
wasn't.
it?
It's all I've ever known.
Yeah, but surely there's some things in life that you find interesting besides her. Like if you had to imagine a world where it wasn't so thrust upon you.
Streak of lightning goes across the sky. Thunder rolling in the background. Just a second.
My whole life is about her. I don't have any hobbies that aren't associated with her or with what I do. It's who I am, but maybe gardening.
That's lovely. I could see you being a gardener.
You just like digging in the dirt.
It is something she's already good at.
At least she'd be taking care of living things, not dead things.
Never said I'd be a good gardener.
You can use dead things to help with the living things.
I mean, that's true. Okay, I guess it's my turn, right? Snow, truth or dare?
Dare.
I dare you to do 3 cartwheels in a row.
All right.
All right.
Take off the pan flute. Set it down.
It's too expensive. That's vile. All right, let's have a dex. Let's do a dex acrobatics.
That is a 21.
Hmm. You also don't have to share how you're so good at that, but
You could be
how does Snow?
cheerleaders.
Right? How does Snow? What does it look like as Snow starts his cartwheeling?
As he's cartwheeling, he's using minor illusion to make it look like there's like sparks flying. Golden shower of sparkles just drift down to the ground around him. He gives a bow.
Viola will clap.
Beau is disinterested.
Whoop-de-doo, we did a cartwheel.
Hey,
He was
Like,
equally
isn't performing
disinterested in
time.
Viola doing handstands. For the
That's fair. And Snow's had magic. Snow had lights, which were like notably brighter too. Like the bright sparks. It wasn't just like, oh, drifting like fire sparks like from your bonfire, but or for your campfire, but it just felt brighter because it is another very dark evening. Not as dark though. Not as dark. It's like a normal night this evening. More normal.
Viola, where are you from?
I'm from Juventus.
Insight check.
Yeah, well, a little bit more specific, like a city.
I mean, I don't have to answer the question more than once, right?
Are
Yeah,
you
but you
hiding
didn't really
something?
answer the question. Could have just said that you're from the world, but like obviously there's a
I
more
gave you
specific connotation there.
Juventus.
Why don't you want to tell us your town?
I mean, I guess if you really want to know, I'll tell you. I'm from
If
Yeah.
I didn't want to know, I wouldn't have asked.
I'm from Ashvane.
Okay, now insight check.
Do I
Yeah.
have to roll deception if I'm not lying?
No, so you don't have to tell us out loud. You can roll either a deception or a persuasion against his wisdom insight
So I guess I would roll persuasion.
or wisdom perception.
I mean, if she's not lying,
I guess.
couldn't she just say, like, depending? Like, I'm
Sure.
not
Do you
lying.
believe her? She says she's not lying.
I mean, no, I'm saying, like, I mean, I just don't know how much the role. I mean, I don't know. But
I mean, if Beau doesn't believe her, then it makes
Yeah.
sense that she would have to try and convince
yeah,
him
that makes
otherwise.
sense. So he got a 16 or a dirty 20.
She got an 18 to try and convince
So
him.
he got a dirty 20.
Okay. Yeah, she's from Ashvane.
All right. Was that so hard?
I like a little bit of mystery, okay?
Not usually mysterious person in your personality. Only in your past.
Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. Maybe you guys just believe me too easily.
Do we have reason to not believe you?
No.
Are you saying we shouldn't?
No. Hey, you don't get to ask me any questions right now. It's not your turn.
True, it's my turn. Ste'yn, truth or dare.
Truth.
Tell me about your first kiss.
Wait, did you actually have a first kiss?
Viola leans in real close.
I was 17. It was in Zaylee. Wasn't much to it. I needed a room for a night. Traded someone a kiss to get it.
Ste'yn.
Hmm.
What?
How nice were the accommodations?
What would you like to know? Nice enough. Nicer than sleeping in the rain.
The accommodations or the person you kissed?
They weren't really much. Didn't really care much.
Wait, this is the home owner?
I assumed
How-
this was an inn.
It wasn't. Yes.
The inn owner? How old was this person?
How old were you?
She said she was
She
17.
said 17.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm sorry.
Old enough to have coin on hand to pay for an extra room.
Ew.
All right, do we want to do another round?
Yes.
One more round.
Back
Do
to
we
you,
roll
Beau.
again, or do we just keep the same order?
I was gonna say, do we want to roll again?
Let's just keep the same
We
order.
can keep the same order.
Okay.
Snow, truth or dare?
Truth.
When was the last time you saw Ste'yn?
A little over a year ago. I don't know. Time blends together. Something like that.
Insight check.
That's our first merch, guys. It's gonna be insight check. And then a nat 1.
21.
So I got a 17 plus 22.
Yay!
He seems truthful.
I'm using all these psionic dice on truthful things.
Good.
It was a little over a year ago.
Who's next?
Right. That's me. Let's see. Beau, truth or dare?
Dare.
I dare you to see. Sure, I didn't have a dare prepared for you, so hoping you go for truth, but for a dare, you can. The handstand was fun. 20 yards as a handstand.
Ooh, he has to go
20.
further. He has to
Yes.
go 20.
That was acrobatics.
Mhm.
That was acrobatics. Dexterity acrobatics, please.
Oh dear.
Come on, Ste'yn, you're reusing old stuff. It's boring.
I
not
know, it can be
so
boring
boring.
sometimes.
He got an 8.
Oh. You know, maybe that
Climb
fall
walls, but
earlier,
can't walk
you
on his
knocked the
hands.
wind out of yourself. Maybe it's left you just a little bit off balance. When you go for the handstand, you kind of only just manage to get one hand out before it kind of buckles under you and you do a less than graceful of your own somersault back to the ground. But you do not successfully reach 20 yards in a handstand.
Gosh, you let Viola show you up, did you?
He lies there for another minute.
Start digging, Ste'yn.
Do you need assistance or a grave?
I'm fine.
Starts to
That
bring the
doesn't
shovel
answer the
out,
question.
puts the shovel back.
All right. So, Beau, where exactly did you meet Helena for the first time?
I'm trying to remember the names. I believe Drenfeld. That's the... Yeah, Drenfeld.
All right. And the other question would be, do you trust Helena? Not just with your own life, but with our lives.
More or less. I trust her more than most. I don't know if I fully trust anyone.
All right. That's all. Last 2 questions.
Let's see. I had a question in my mind, but now I can't remember who it was for or what the question was.
The worst.
Just no more handstands.
We found Beau's weakness.
I'm just imagining Beau just first flat on his face and just lying there. The second just like flat on his butt. And just... Oh.
Beau.
This night
Truth
sucks.
or dare?
Dare.
Let's see. I dare you to do some little like ballroom dancing with Snow.
What?
I'm sure you know how to dance.
Are you up for this?
I'll dance with anyone.
For how long?
5 minutes.
What?
One solid song. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Half a solid song.
Are you going to be able to supply a beat, Snow?
Give me back the pan flute. I got it.
No. No, I can do that. I can use minor illusion to create sound. So, yeah, he'll use minor illusion. He has to recast it halfway through, but it's fine.
So do we both have to make the thing if we're both doing it, or is it only matter on Beau's end?
So yeah, you'll both roll for the dance, which will be either dexterity, acrobatics, or I will allow charisma, performance.
Sweet.
Acrobatics, what kind of lifts and throws are they doing?
Sweet.
I want to say something, and also I'm not going to for
So-
reasons.
He's trying
Who's
to
leading?
beat it, but he's
That
also
was my
trying
next
to
question.
he's also trying to beat Snow at it 'cause he knows that he assumes Snow would be like good at it.
So are you
Yes.
leading, Beau?
I mean, he's willing to lead it. Total with psionic dice, he's got a 27.
Okay.
Yeah.
Snow.
21.
Okay. Well, actually, he won't even need the psionic dice because he has a 23 without that.
Well, there you go. Beau, you're leading.
Yep.
He'll let you lead.
Every single time they do a turn and he sees Viola, he's glaring at her.
Viola's smiling right back at him. So happy.
Yeah, you go through the first half of the song and you're very gracefully, like, you've managed to still, like, so normally in a waltz it's, you know, male and female, and so one has hand on shoulder and one has hand on waist and whatever, and then the other hands are together and you know, and you manage to do this superbly. Snow follows your step. And the only thing that could make it more beautiful would be if he wasn't focused on his minor illusion, and you had some beautiful magic trills and lights and fireworks and be amazing. But you two look superb.
Would it make you feel better, Beau, if I was a girl?
No.
Because I can make it happen.
No.
Let's nip that in the bud right there.
I'm so happy.
So-
Viola will applaud just so loud when you guys are done.
That was a successful dare.
That was a great dare.
That was everything we could have dreamed of and more.
Viola, how'd your dad die?
With so much emphasis.
Right to the heart. He big mad.
Oh no. The roller coaster of emotions here, man. We're just...
This wasn't even scheduled.
Now activates his medallion.
Dang, if only she had a ring of mind shielding. Go for it. I gotta figure out, honestly, like, I'm just thinking out loud. I need to figure out how that activates and if there's any kind of other component to it, like a touch or anything like that. I
What?
hadn't thought about it, I realized. It obviously doesn't need the same things that just casting it would, but because it's in the medallion, which is imbued with the magic, but I didn't actually look to see like if it needs you to touch it to activate it or if it's entirely mental.
I think detect
Doesn't
thoughts
say
is
that.
always like within a 30-foot range. I think the only thing with the item is it has limited usage and it has a set DC.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah,
I didn't know if like just to activate.
an action. All it says is that it requires an action to expend a charge.
Okay.
So, what information does that give you from Viola?
All of your surface level thoughts.
Surface level thoughts. So if
like,
you're feeling
if she's picturing something, her emotions, and
Yeah.
if she's thinking words too.
it,
Whatever
I
you're
will say it
picturing,
does.
whatever you're saying
yeah.
to yourself.
Yeah, the words coming out of your own mouth, for sure. But like, you do have to dig deeper to really get into the thoughts. Like, if we're doing surface level thoughts, I'm sticking with like, if it's a really strong emotion, that emotion is very clear. If there's falsehood, that will be clear. But intricate details, that's not going to be entirely clear unless he goes deeper.
Well, right now, like, Viola's just like staring at the ground, like in front of Beau, not moving. And at the moment in her head, you're feeling like a sense of panic and like a bit of anxiety coming from her. And over and over in her head, she just keeps thinking like, do I tell them? Do I not tell them? Do I trust them enough? Should I tell them? Should I not tell them? And she'll look up at Beau and say,
It just
can
has
I
his
ask?
arms crossed, staring at her.
Beau does not care.
Can I ask you a question first?
First. Fine, if it will get me what I want.
If you were to benefit in some way by turning in a friend, would you do it?
What? No.
If you knew... Sorry?
I said no.
Okay. So, my dad is not dead. I just say that because it feels like him and my mom might as well be dead.
Do you want to clarify since I answered one of your questions?
Are you okay with sitting here for a long time?
I mean,
I can
I'm
wait.
fine with putting a pause.
So, I guess I should start by saying that my name's not Viola. It's Violet.
I knew it. Not that part, but I had assumptions.
And for the time being, I'll keep my last name a secret, if that's okay with you. But I understand.
What thoughts do I see when she says that?
Oh yeah.
When she's thinking about her last name, what is she thinking?
She thinks
I'll allow, single word, I'll allow it.
Verowitz.
How do you spell it?
Vere.
He sees the words in her mind.
It's each letter displayed.
Verewits.
Thank you.
Or Vera, sorry. Vera.
It's been a while
Bear
since
Garden
she
is
used this.
Vere. Because this one's Bear Garden and the other one's Verowitz. And so the bear and the Vera trip me up. And I always want to spell it with a Z, but it's not with a Z.
That's how I spelled it at first too.
And you would probably also see a flash of her mom's face in her mind, and I can send you that picture. But Snow, do you remember the false love of sorts that I was telling you about?
I do, yeah.
So, to keep a long story somewhat short, my grandfather didn't approve of the marriage between my mother and father. And so then he was even less so pleased with the fact that I was a girl. I was the firstborn girl in, gosh, I don't even know how many years. So in order to let my parents stay together, my grandfather made them make a deal of sorts that he got to pick who I would become married to. And boy, did he pick. And at first I was just over the moon with who he had picked. He was handsome. He was charming. He showered me with gifts. And I was just blinded by it. But my mother had heard that he had a bit of a temper. And so she said I should challenge him to a duel, because that's what I do. And so I did. I don't know why I thought this was a good idea, but I decided to do it at dinner with my parents and his parents and my grandfather. And he said no at first, but I continued to stupidly push, and he was furious with me for embarrassing him, and he pulled me from the room and threw me to the ground. And I've never seen so much hate and anger in someone's eyes. It's the most fearful I've ever been in my life, even still after getting downed the other day. This morning. No,
Well,
the
it's
other
a
day
couple of
now.
days.
The other day.
We're on the road.
Now we've been on the road.
So I went to that room, and that night, my mom told me I had to leave and never come back. And so I know he's out there looking for me because his inheritance and the money from my family is tied to marrying me. So
Let's kill him.
here's the thing, though. This family and this man is powerful. His name is Amos Goldman.
I heard it before,
Yeah, can I?
since I'm from the area.
You can certainly do an intelligence history check. And Snow, if you want to continue with the medallion, you will need to definitely expend another charge.
Can I also check just if that?
Yes, anyone who wants to roll can.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, it's a history check.
Mm-hmm.
19.
Only an 11.
Okay. It's so the name. It would make sense, perhaps, that Snow would not know it. And even Beau, the name is one that's closely tied to dealing in arms. So it would be something spoken of among soldiers, among purgers, in capital cities, places that are doing large trades with using weaponry. He's the company name and his name tied to it are closely associated with a lot of business, particularly in Juventus.
So we more so recognize the family name than the individual's name.
You'd probably, yeah, I guess like the
Yeah, because it
the
sounds like
business
it's
name.
kind of
like
brought out there.
something clever like Golden Arms or something like that. I
Okay.
didn't solidify that, my bad. But something along those lines. He thinks he's very clever. But dealing in the military and their weaponry and the way that these kingdoms view purgers particularly, it's a big deal. That is a big name. Mainly for you, Beau, that you'd know that. Snow doesn't really know.
He's not that big of a deal.
I mean, if you'd like to believe that, I'd rather not get found if it's all the same to you.
I mean, that's fine. But if he finds us, kill him.
I mean, that shouldn't be the first option, but I mean, I've been on the run and in hiding for 5 years now. I would hope that he's not looking for me as ferociously as he once was. But
do you think it wise that you went to a guardianship that probably relies on their family for weaponry?
well, here's the thing. I am a bit of a stain on my family's name. So I feel like my family's kind of keeping it on the down low, and their efforts to find me have been more self-contained. With the war that's happening, I don't know that they'd be able to spare quite as many men to go and search for me as usual. And Amos isn't very trusting. He wouldn't trust anybody that's not a part of the family in some way to try and find me. But I mean, that's kind of why I was never exposed to magic, because I grew up a very sheltered life.
Wait, 5 years ago? So what, you were like 17? What are you 17-year-olds getting up to?
18.
18
I mean,
still?
My grandfather didn't really care as soon as I became an adult. that was the only use he saw for me.
Oh,
And
that's
so
right.
that's why I
18.
came to a guardianship to become a purger, because that's always been my dream and what I've wanted to do, to show him and Amos that I'm more than just a bargaining chip and a pretty face. And one day I would love to go back as a purger and prove them all wrong.
So they
I
weren't
wish I
actually
could.
purges then.
My parents were, yes. But Amos and the Goldman family, no. Amos wears a beautiful sword on his hip everywhere he goes, but I don't think he's even taken it out of the sheath once.
So valuable for resale.
Sure. But yeah, that's why I don't like talking about my parents much, and I just say that they're dead, because I haven't talked to them in 5 years. And
Wait, it was an arranged marriage. So are your family wealthy? Though I guess it doesn't help us any.
no, I haven't been in contact with my mother or father, and it's killed me ever since then. I would love nothing more to just pick up a piece of paper and write to my mother and know that she'll actually pick it up and read it and write back to me.
So wait, if your parents told you to leave, why are they also searching for you?
Not my parents, my mom. My father has so much loyalty to his family name. And he cares, but not enough. My mother isn't helping in the search. It's just Amos, because the deal that was made with my grandfather was for his inheritance and my family's fortune. But he can't get any of that if he's not married to me. And I would hope that he is sneaky enough and disgusting enough to have gotten out of that deal somehow, but I don't see my grandfather backing down from that. And I know that his father really wants what my family has.
If your mother sent you away to protect you, why would she not want to know you're safe?
I mean, I'm sure she would, but she doesn't want to risk me getting found out just by sending a letter. She told me that she knows that I'm enough like her that I'll be perfectly fine.
Is that why you asked me about my mind link?
At this point, tears are very freely flowing down Viola's face, and she's trying hard to keep it together, but
Well, Beau at least
Ste'yn will
stopped
walk
crossing.
behind her
Mom.
and wrap an arm around her.
Beau stopped crossing his arms.
It's the equivalent of a hug.
Snow gives her a
But-
handkerchief.
she'll take it and say thank you and wipe her eyes. I honestly don't even know if they're alive or not, because I could very well see Amos getting angry to the point of doing something stupid. I'm sure my father is, but my grandfather never cared for my mother anyways, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's arranged some way to off her.
I can arrange a way of getting information about them, but I would need a
Can
name.
you?
I would need a full name, like last name, family name.
And you promise? I mean, I feel like I trust you guys enough that I've told you this much. Just, you can't ever say my full name, because I can only imagine what my life would be like if I was caught and taken back.
Viola flows from the tongue easier than Violet. It's a much harsher name.
It was my mother's favorite flower. That's why I went with Garden too, because that was part of her maiden name. But my real name is Violet Verowitz.
All right. Well, Snow, I believe it's your turn.
Ste'yn sort of like not full on hugging Viola, but she's like holding her around her shoulders. Just
Viola's like leaning into her. And I think pretty much everything that she was saying, Snow would have gotten.
He didn't use another charge unless he
No, I did.
says his
When you said to use another charge, I spent another charge.
Okay, you would have used up all 3 at this point for sure. If
I
you
think
did.
the only thing that he would have gotten
That was a
would have
long
been,
story.
like, pictures of mom and dad, and maybe mom and dad's name, and so I will send those to you.
Okay. He would have stopped after 2 charges. He was
Okay.
mostly using it to see if there was anything being held back and stuff. So as the story went on, he would have stopped.
Okay, perfect.
He wants to. You gotta save one just in case. You never know what might happen.
You never know. Ace in the hole. Do you want to close out Truth or Dare?
By all means, Snow, take your turn.
Let's see. Viola, you've been chosen a few times, so I'll let you compose yourself. Ste'yn, you haven't done as much. Truth or Dare?
Truth, so I can keep holding her.
You knew you were going to die tomorrow. What would you do today?
Y'all go so deep with these.
Is it?
Oh, that's the point.
What I would do today? Give as much as I can to the light. If that means heading out to find the biggest source of dark I can and facing it, because I'm going to die one way or another, so be it. And if I have the chance, I'd put my sister's skull back where it goes.
What?
Snow just nods. The other 2 are like, "You have a skull."
Oh, what?
Viola, like,
Why?
Why not?
I could think of at least one. Why would you have a decaying skull in your bag?
It's not decaying anymore. It's just the skull.
Anymore?
It's long since. Yes, she died quite some time ago. It was just bone when I took it a decade ago.
What's the benefit?
A reminder.
Doesn't she have like a hairbrush or something?
Viola
I wasn't given
will,
a
like,
chance to grab anything else.
Viola will reach up and like put a hand on.
How did you have more
wherever
time to dig up
Ste'yn's
a
arm is.
grave?
That wasn't the question. Yes, I carry around my sister's skull, and that is that.
Who's taking first watch?
I can go first again. That's not a problem.
Information overload. Oh, okay. So Viola's on first watch. Okay. Who's on second watch? Who's on second?
Ste'yn will take second watch. Or if Snow wants to, he can. Doesn't matter.
Go for it.
Beautiful.
Ste'yn can go second. I'll do third.
Okay. Everyone, please give me Ste'yn. Please give me a either intelligence nature or a wisdom survival check, please.
Cool. We'll go with survival because I'm better with that.
You're
That
pretty good with wisdom.
Yes. It's an 18.
I should stop giving her wisdom options.
She has failed the saves though.
Yes. You are on your shift and a lot has happened tonight. And you are just taking this kind of calm moment at last. It's just you and your thoughts and the sky above. But you do note about the sky above, the clouds seem to have cleared, which is nice. And the sky is very dark, but it just makes the stars stand out a little more starkly. This is not necessarily where you are originally from, but even here, the stars just feel different. Normal kind of constellations, even shifted a little, feel different. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful starry night, but it looks off. The constellations and such don't seem to match up quite right.
She will share that information with Snow when he wakes up to take the next shift.
Okay.
And she'll look around to see if she doesn't think there's going to be anything around causing it, but she's going to look around anyway. Sort of walk around the camp and just see what she can see.
Yeah, give me a perception check. Wisdom
Does it
perception.
seem the same way to Snow?
Yes. Especially after she's pointed it out to you. Just everything's up there looks a little... And you're a stargazer, so you know.
It's a 22.
You don't spot anything in particular. It's just a dark evening. Everything just kind of... Well, yeah. You don't notice anything jumping out at you, per se. Just a dark evening with strange stars.
Alright.
As she goes to bed, for Snow to take his watch, Snow is going to give her a hug, and as he does so, he's going to whisper in her ear, "I'm sorry that life has treated you so harshly, that if you were going to die tomorrow, your only decision would be to meet it faster in battle. I hope you find something not just worth dying for, but something worth living for."
Dan's not quite sure how to respond to that. She will return the hug a little bit, and just look at him. This is what I live for. You live to die.
I hope you find more. Good night.
Good night.
And the last watch is quite uneventful, other than what you've already noted. Dawn breaks. And as you guys are starting to rise, as the sun is starting to come up, Snow, you can... It's immediately clear to you as the sun is rising that it feels less saturated. It feels kind of pale coming up. The horizon doesn't have the telltale beauty of the pinks and purples that are starting to cascade into that sea of a bright blue. Everything has this kind of layer of gray over it. As everyone is awakening, you guys note kind of the same thing. It becomes pretty obvious pretty quickly that something is not like this. The either clouds have rolled in or something, but it just doesn't feel standard. Give me a wisdom survival check, everyone, please.
12.
Okay.
8.
4.
13.
Okay.
Oof.
Beau and Viola are kind of ready to start packing up the camp and finishing this last day, despite the kind of strange weather. Beau, maybe just all the excitement last night. You just got information overload. It's a little much for you. But the other two, Ste'yn and Snow, who had already noted the funny stars and kind of went into this day feeling a little on edge. You guys also note, as you guys are starting to pack up the camp a bit, even the path itself kind of feels a little strange, feels a little off. You're towards a bend in this like line of trees that the way you're looking at it now, and when you look at the map, really ought to be kind of a pretty much straightaway leading out of these trees. And instead it kind of feels like it's going towards the west, curling a little bit, and then like it looks like some 100+ yard or feet ahead, it starts curling back towards the west, and just doesn't quite match up to what you anticipated on your map. The air itself kind of feels a little heavy or humid, maybe, but it's kind of hard for you to tell. Beau, you get this really awful feeling in your gut. I don't mean physical, like a constitution. You get that sick intuition in your gut, like something's really not right. And almost give me a perception check.
Oh, good. It's something I can use psionic with.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Perception.
Mm-hmm.
That's starting out as an 18. Do I need anything higher?
You don't.
Okay.
It's not just eerie and uncomfortable. It is familiar and incredibly unsettling. The way that this air is kind of just sitting on you. Still, it's pretty gray. It's not black. It's pretty gray. It's where you guys find yourselves.
Ste'yn would like to use Eyes of the Grave to see if there's any undead nearby.
But was also
She is
going
very
to cease
unsettled.
breathing again because he resumed breathing when they left, but he's going to stop now.
Okay.
As one does, I'm just gonna stop breathing now.
You know how it is.
And then he lies on the ground.
He's not moving for a full, like, 90 seconds, guys.
I'll get the shovel out.
Note to self, always checking for a pulse, not for breathing.
Eyes of the Grave is just a passive, like once it's active?
So it's just for a few seconds. She can know the location of any dead within 60 feet that's not behind total cover and isn't protected from divination magic.
Okay.
I think you meant
You-
undead.
Yes,
you
sorry.
don't note. You don't
Not just
note
the dead.
undead eyes.
So we're on a
That's
burial ground, and there's just a bunch underneath us.
You don't note undead.
I think we should get moving quickly.
Agreed.
Let's go.
But yes, let's get moving.
As you guys are starting to get into your carriage, your cart, and with your horse, I need Ste'yn, Viola, and Snow to please give me a Constitution saving throw.
Look at you not having to breathe.
Dirty 20.
Lucky you.
Okay.
19.
That's an 8.
Okay.
How's a horse doing? Pistachio.
Pistachio's. That's a good question. How is Pistachio doing? Let's see.
Don't kill our horse.
Are you gonna kill our horse?
Pistachio rolled a nat 20.
Really? Go Pistachio.
Go Pistachio.
He was born for this.
He's like, I don't know what
Yeah.
y'all's problem is. This is fine.
He's unsettled because
Everything's
you
normal.
guys are unsettled. He's just reading your fear. He can smell your fear. Yeah. Ste'yn, you feel this heaviness on you. And you just have this kind of consistent, like, unease. Like, you are incredibly unsettled. But you guys begin moving. Beau, I'll also say with that perception, as you guys are getting further down this path and before it starts to curl to the west, you do kind of get this feeling of movement in the trees. It's nothing seems to be coming out. It is moving, but it kind of feels like it's moving with you. So as you guys are moving forward, whatever is moving about is moving forward.
He's going to. Viola's driving still, right? Viola. All right. So if she's looking that way, he's going to make one of his dice, and he's gonna aim it towards Ste'yn and Snow since they aren't currently preoccupied with driving. Are they accepting it? All right. So it will be a mind link for 6 hours. You got the full experience.
Dang.
All Beau, all the time.
That's what we've always wanted.
So there's something following us in the woods. I can't make out what it is. And he's saying this, I guess, one to the other. Like, can't really do it to one at a time.
Miles just
It was like me and Pistachio.
I can try. I can try to see if I can sense if it's something. I'm more prepared for that today than I have been.
Do you think it's a person or a creature?
Do I think it's a person or a creature? Brad.
Probably. There are a few of these, I guess, maybe shadowy whatevers, along the floor of the trees that you think are moving a little less nimbly than this one figure or something that you hear from higher up that would need to be more nimble. So you imagine that might not be just maybe a dumb creature if it's moving about higher than you are.
Probably human. Or humanoid.
Ste'yn's going to cast Detect Evil and Good. It's only a 30-foot
Bubble.
range bubble. Lets her know if there's an aberration,
close?
celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead.
Oh no, not if it's a monstrosity. I get it. It's not your fault. It's not on you.
But she can't. She doesn't have to detect monstrosity.
No, none of us became part ranger.
Homebrew, baby. Within 30 feet, huh?
Dan has the wisdom. She could multi-class into ranger.
This is true. Be the
She wants
ranger
to
we
fight
need.
barrels.
As you guys are traveling forward, Ste'yn, you cast Detect Evil and Good, you said?
Yeah.
You get... it's not a very wide path that you're on. And you do get a ping on
thank
either
goodness.
side.
Thank goodness.
Hey.
You get a ping to
Okay.
your left, to your right, and as you're moving ahead, there's another. As they are traveling.
What are they?
You get a fiendish presence.
We're being surrounded by fiends.
We don't even have the crown. Why they want us?
Maybe you made someone mad.
Oh, is that because he would have let Snow know? Is that what Snow says to him?
Yeah. I just assume you're relaying things.
Yeah. Oh, you mean the one back and... You mean the one that we talked to?
Well, yes, obviously. Ask her how many of them there are.
She said 3.
There's
3?
Or,
was it
or
just 3?
it sounded like those 3.
2, and you're moving. 3, 4, you're moving. 5.
All right,
There's
it was
a
more
lot
than
of them.
3.
It's probably probably close to 10 if I had to guess, if it keeps moving like this and pinging new ones.
It looks like we have bumped to 10.
I'm estimating.
And nothing is
Okay.
coming out.
And Viola has no idea and is continuing on her merry way.
Beau's going
Me
to
and
write
Pistachio.
down a little message at this point. If there's 10 of them, he's just going to kind of put it next to her. So it just says, surrounded by 10-ish fiends. At casual.
Be cool, be cool.
Look at that and then just look at Beau and be like,
Don't be suspicious.
Deception's not her strong
Don't
point.
be suspicious.
should I go faster?
There,
He's just getting on.
Viola's gonna, let's go, Pistachio.
That's such a great calling. Let's go, Pistachio.
Yeah. You kick Pistachio into gear. Give me an animal handling check.
Oh no.
Just give it to me, come on.
can Ste'yn reach? No, never mind. She's not doing that. Ste'yn's
It's a
keeping.
10.
It's the highest
Okay.
one so far with this
I was
horse.
gonna say that's my best roll
Sure.
for animal handling since we've left.
That's like minimum DC right there. Well, really probably a 7, but whatever, it's fine. Pistachio's not super excited after an otherwise chill journey, but you're suddenly deciding, let's go faster. But you let him know, and he starts moving. And as you guys are moving faster, these creatures, or whatever they are, these fiend creatures are, you can almost hear them now without having to sense, hearing the movement going through the forest. on either side of you, and you're on this relatively narrow path, maybe 20 feet, 30 feet across. Not that far, because then she couldn't sense it. But well, you're in the middle. It's fine. As you're coming towards the bend in this narrow forest, and you're expecting to see where it opens up again, you're expecting to see bright and sun, but as you're turning that corner, you can finally see past this tree line. Beau, give me an Arcana check.
Oh, Hazelford's gone, guys. Ooh, it's so gone.
There never was a Hazelford.
Arcana, he has 7.
Intelligence Arcana. 7?
It's so gone.
Ay. Okay. You turn that corner, and you don't see what you're expecting to see for sure. But also, the movement around you stops in the trees as your horse is barreling forward. What you see is a hill starting to go upwards, and you can make out what appears to be some tall walls. Maybe these tall kind of structures that look almost like bell towers. But everything is covered in this haze, this gloomy, heavy haze. That at this point, the sight of it in this open kind of area very much reminds you of that space you were in as you were leaving Undra. You're not quite sure how. But Beau, you do get this strange kind of familiar feeling
Ignore that
from
roll.
your...
Nothing, sorry, I accidentally clicked a roll. Ignore it.
Oh, sure. You get this familiar feeling from your pack. Little pinprick of a feeling. Do you check to see what it is?
Yes.
I believe it's in your pack. You look in, and you know where you keep that little ring. And when you look at it, there's no outward sign of anything different about it, but it gives you that same sense, vague and a little different, but it's very similar enough that it makes you concerned. That allowing of passage, that opening of a door, so to speak, that tells you you've stepped somewhere that you've not been for a while, somewhere you've been avoiding for quite some time. But at this point, and as you look up at that hill and whatever that structure is up there, you've taken a step into something dark. And I think that's where we're going to end tonight.
So not Hazelford.
Oh, that's definitely not. So what you're
Just to
saying
be
is
clear.
there's a chance? Just to be totally perfectly clear. My water splashed back in my face. Yeah. We are gonna barrel into our Halloween session in a very grim, dark, creepy play.
Oh boy.
All right.
Yeah. But until that point, that was fun. Hey, thank you from all of us here at Tales from the Catacombs. Catch up and recapture your favorite moments by subscribing. Oops, I'm looking at the wrong one. Just kidding. Hey, by subscribing to the channel. We actually are on a push to 100 subscribers before the new year, so that we can celebrate our 1-year anniversary with as big of a bang as we can manage. And as you've seen today very clearly, this group can manage something massive. So the sooner we hit 100 subscribers, the stronger the characters that they will get to create for the Victory 100 Battle Royale special one-shot that we have planned to celebrate our 1-year anniversary. So please, please subscribe, and we appreciate you journeying with us by subscribing and hanging out to bring clean content to the world of tabletop RPGs. I would like to give a particularly huge thank you to my players whose links are below, which is very fun and fancy. Links and descriptions below. So please take a moment to follow these tremendous people and their exciting endeavors. But thank you, David, who plays Beau, Catherine, who plays Ste'yn, Kassie, who plays Viola, and Josh, who plays Snow. I'm Brenna. I am your storyteller for this adventure, and we'll see you back here next time. Safe travels until we meet again for Halloween.